Bitcoin Bay. They're there, right over there. They do great work in the city of Tampa Bay area, in promoting peer-to-peer use and signing up companies. So be great if y'all, us Bitcoiners, we don't want something for nothing, right? We believe in value for value. So if you want to make a donation, or I can encourage you to make a donation, just open your camera, go on the website, and there you are. My talk is entitled Bitcoin Treasury Company, which, is a bit of an infamous phrase these days, or Bitcoin on your balance sheet company. So it is a pleasure to be part of this Bitcoin Day, Naples, especially seeing how much you all enjoy our farm products. This is my fourth lunchtime presentation at Bitcoin Day events, and while you might be distracted by the video, this is not a commercial for our farm, although our plants are for sale at your local Publix or Trader Joe's. I'm just saying. I was bitten by Bitcoin in January of 22. A most unlikely place, in a barber chair, in a garage where David, the flat-top haircut king, had a video on by Tom Bilyeu where he was interviewing Robert Breedlove. The discussion hit me so hard, explained so much, and since then I'm a man on an orange mission. If you don't believe me, just ask my family and friends. You might say that early 22 was a good time to begin. Bitcoin was off its 69K high and dropping like a stone to 17. What would a rookie know about buying the dip? I thought it was an inflation hedge. Little did I know that, like the corruption endemic in the fiat world, Bitcoin also has its shares of shysters and con men. I did take multi-sig custody seriously, so if someone thinks they can just take it from me by threat, coercion, or force, it might as well be on a hard drive in a faraway landfill. Good luck. Michael Saylor is my mentor. Buy Bitcoin. Put it on your balance sheet. Never sell your Bitcoin and then buy some more Bitcoin. That's what we do. Once our spring harvest is sold, the money is collected, line of credit repaid, we sweep 25% of our EBITDA into Bitcoin. It's not a difficult thing to do. It's just easier when the price is going up. Let me tell you about the power of Bitcoin. We have 115 hardworking and committed staff that work for us here in Florida, South Carolina, and Niagara, Ontario. Over the past 4 years, that means that we have swept a full year of effort into Bitcoin. And since our average cost base is half of the current price, we have incredibly dropped an additional year of EBITDA to our balance sheet without a drop of sweat. But measuring Bitcoin gain in fiat is not what drives us. Yes, both my business partners are real coiners, my bride and our son. Our confidence is driven by two of Bitcoin's primary attributes: a scarce asset that cannot be corrupted or stolen, whose purchasing power can only go up, and the payment network, a low cost, speed of light, no counterparty risk, non-reversible settlement, encoded in history, and I think private enough. These two reasons alone will exponentially increase Bitcoin's value. But let me tell you about growing plants in the fiat world. We are the most successful growers of calla lily in North America. We're third largest in the world. We started in 1990. We sold the plant for about $5. Our price is now $6.50. Grok tells me $1 back then has the purchasing power of $2.50 now. Our price should be much higher for us to stay solvent. How on earth can we still be in business? Or did we make a boatload back then? No. We just work smarter, more efficiently, as do all of our suppliers. Producers live in a deflationary world relative to the purchasing price of $1. We must always do more with less. It's Jeff Booth's favorite adage: prices fall to the marginal cost of production. The highest quality for the lowest price. That's the raw law of a market economy. I would not have it any other way. As many of you do, we follow the golden rule. Don't do to others what you don't want them to do to you. Our second golden rule is also well known. He who has the gold makes the rules. With Bitcoin, our company has a greater share in the power dynamic between lender and borrower. There are few businesses that can grow without debt. Competition is fierce. Profits alone cannot generate the capital needed to expand most capital-intensive businesses. We compete in our industry, and we also compete for scarce credit. Scarce credit. Those two words together is almost blasphemous in our circles. But it's true. Our creditworthiness is measured on many factors, not just how pretty our plants are. Ratios that shine a light on our debt service, interest coverage, debt to equity, liquidity, and profitability are key metrics. And of course, our ability to share in the risk of any project by committing at least 25% of the project's expenses. If bank money is just money printing, it would not be so hard to get. Richard Werner says something akin to, bank money should only be used to create productive assets. What happens when we pay the money back? It just disappears. Our ledger at the bank is reduced each month by the return of the principal payment. It goes back to where it came from. Nothing. The money was created for a set amount of time. What happened in between borrowing and repayment? Our company grew. Our customers had products to sell. The consumer got to purchase a beautiful living plant. Our employees had jobs and careers. Okay, the bank made interest on money it created. It also took the risk that many of their business loans would go sour. I believe the nature of a market economy demands a fractional reserve banking system, just one that is free of corruption, cronyism, and bailouts. I often ask colleagues if they had managed to save $1 million, what interest rate would they lend it out for? Not even one of them can give me a ready answer. They are simply shocked by how hard it is to save and how cheap it is to borrow. They certainly will not lend it out for today's Fed rate. Our third golden rule is this: he who has the customer has the gold. In this age of consolidation, there are no new customers. We are hardened to keep our customers and earn our way into other regions and clients. I'm hopeful my message can also be understood as he who has the Bitcoin has the gold.
Let's hear another round of applause for John. All these beautiful plants that he brought. For those who I have not had a chance to meet yet, my name is Wesley Schlemmer. I'm the president of the Bitcoin Bay Foundation and the FBBA, and I will be your new MC. For the rest of the day, we're going to give the professor and y'all a break from each other. And I don't have any dollars to throw at you guys. That's his shtick. But we really do appreciate John and his support. He did this exact same thing for us for our Bitcoin Day Tampa and Sound Money Soiree we had back in June. So these are great pieces to bring home, and they're very hearty. But coming up next, we have Gen Z and how they see the future of money for the born digital generation. We have students from across Florida. We have the professor. Will be back up here. He's not gone yet. He's going to be moderating the next panel. He is the University of Tampa economics professor. We have Ainsley, who just come up. You guys can just start coming up as I call you up. We have Ben, and we have Madison. These are the next leaders, so we're looking forward to hearing how the youth see Bitcoin.
So I just want to start us off with a real quick lightning round. One word. What is Bitcoin?
Freedom.
Truth.
Independence.
I love it. I like energy, but the point is Bitcoin is different to each of us. So we all bring our unique talents to this community and to this ecosystem. And I'm proud of you guys for representing Bitcoin in the younger generation and kind of doing that work for the community. So when I say fix the money, fix the world, what does that mean to you?
Guess I'll go first. Well, first and foremost, thank you everyone for being here today. It took probably a lot of time and energy and gas money to be here, so very thankful. My name's Ainsley Costello. Just to give you a brief overview on my story, if you are at all familiar with me, you might be wondering, she's not a finance person, what is she doing here? I'm a musician, I'm a singer-songwriter, and I live in Nashville, and I think when I hear fix the money, fix the world, I also hear fix broken industries. In the music industry and the overarching entertainment industry is immensely broken the more you read up on it. I'm sure it's like the more you read up on how broken our money system is, the more you're like, oh wow, this is a serious problem. It's the same thing in the music industry. So when I hear fix the money, fix the world, I hear fix artists relegated to poverty, basically just we sign up to do the thing that we are called to do from, the moment we get here. I am very much a believer of I'm a singer, I'm a songwriter, I'm a performer. That's what I was put here to do. And I think fixing the money and fixing the world means if we fix it for me, we fix it for every artist who is struggling, not just in Nashville, but in New York, in LA, in marginalized communities all over the world. And so I think that's a short overview on what I mean when I say fix the money, fix the world.
I am on a mission to get all of Gen Z onto a Bitcoin lifestyle. And fix the money, fix the world, what that means to me is if we don't fix the money, there will not be a world, right? There will not be a world for Gen Z. We will not be able to live the life that we thought we were going to be able to, and now we can. So if we fix the money, if Bitcoin is the perfect, money that everyone can use all over the world, then I think we'll maybe fix the world. I don't think that's going to happen in my lifetime, but the reason that I do what I do is not for my kids, but for my kids' kids, because that's what this is all about.
T.
All right, so my opinion on fix the money, fix the world would probably be we need to educate the younger people on what's actually wrong with the world. Many of us grow up in nice houses here in Florida and really don't have a clue of what's coming for us. Everybody assumes everything's gonna be all right, and I'm not trying to be like a downer. Hopefully everything will be all right, but as everybody here knows, some stuff isn't right in the world. So I think me being young, the education system not really getting me properly educated on the things that are actually going to matter, we're set up for a disadvantage. So I think all of us have a great opportunity being young to help all the other young people, just educate them on the problem, and then they can use their brain and find the solution that we already all know about. We just have to just teach them the problem.
100%. So just so the crowd, just so the boomers know, what does Gen Z think of Bitcoin? Let's just get some overall statistics, overall vibe.
I can go. All right, so Gen Z, I'm a junior in high school. The social groups and circles can be very mean to each other sometimes. Sometimes it feels like we're separated. But everybody likes to claim on to what everybody else claims on to, like be the same, so they can feel like they're part of a group. Bitcoin is not in any group right now. So there's always a very select few that may know about it, like me, for example. When I bring it up to whether it's the football kids or the kids that are in the ACE program, but it doesn't go into either of their groups, so they kind of just push it away. And it makes me feel like I'm alone compared to those groups, because everybody likes to be by each other's sides. And if there's not a mass agreeing, they may know there's some truth to it, but they'll just hide from it in fear.
Are you saying they want to conform? And right now, the majority doesn't understand or know about Bitcoin, and so that makes them want to be part of the group and not understand Bitcoin?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that people are kind of just hiding in fear, together, conforming, and they know there is a problem. Like they can tell there's stuff going on social media. Everybody's always on social media. They're being controlled by social media. Every action that I make and my friends make to do stuff together often has influence from social media, as you guys already know. So with that being said, if Bitcoin is not very prevalent on social media, so people don't care much for it yet.
I actually, it's interesting that you're a junior in high school. I'm a junior in college. And I come from I think it's a different ecosystem a little bit. It's kind of contained differently. I was tabling for Crypto Club last year, and it was a little makeshift. I didn't have any, banners. Everyone else had their decorations and stuff to give out, but I just did it last minute, and I was running out of papers because so many people were signing up, and they were like, I really want to get into it. I only know about XRP, or
Gross.
But so many kids already had their Coinbases set up, already had they were already day traders or something like that. So UT is a little bit different, and
they were coming from my class. I sent
Yeah.
them you have to go sign up for Bitcoin Club to get credit.
Yeah, and so it was really interesting. And there was a lot of freshmen, a lot of 18-year-olds just coming up to me. And I can't remember what the statistic is. I don't know if it's 19% of the school are abroad, coming from abroad. And so I was speaking to kids from Mozambique, from Portugal, and they all were into crypto. So I thought that was really interesting. So UTampa is a little bit different, and I'm grateful for that. So it's encouraged to get into it because it's a tech-savvy school. Everyone is studying the markets. It's mandatory to do so. So coming from different sides of the playing field, I think that's really interesting that it's broad with our generation.
Yeah, and right now there's only 1% of the world that owns Bitcoin. So obviously there's not going to be that many people that are into it. At school, I started the crypto club here at Florida Gulf Coast University, and I did that I felt like there was a need for it. I'm a finance student, and I went to the stock club a lot. They would talk about alternative investments, bring up real estate, oh, it's so amazing, bring up crypto. We don't even need to talk about it, let's just move on, because nobody here is investing in it. So when we're creating these spaces where we're making crypto a bad thing and something that we're not going to even invest in, how is the adoption going to grow for our generation? So that's why I went home, made a plan, started the club, and I've faced a lot of rejection, right? So 30 professors I asked to be the advisor for this club. Every single one of them said no, or they didn't even answer my email. Then I find one woman who, her name's Kristen Musselman. She's a management teacher, fantastic lady. She said, I don't know anything about crypto, but I'll help you. And I said, thank you. I put her name on, I sent the application in, no more questions. And I started the club being very optimistic. I'm so passionate about it. Other people are going to be passionate about it. The first 5 to 6 meetings was me and like one other kid. And I was like, hey, buddy, I'm going to tell you about Bitcoin. And, I was frustrated and I didn't want to keep doing it because I thought, well, this is not going to grow. I'm doing all this advertising and flyers and social media, and it looks cool, so why aren't people coming? They're scared. They are listening to their parents who are telling them, you don't need to focus on that. You need to focus on your studies. I'm paying for your school, and you're going to do what I say. So I think a lot of it just comes from fear of the unknown. And, I really hate to say this, but my generation, isn't the brightest in all aspects, right? We grew up digitally. We rely on ChatGPT, Gemini. We rely on social media news. These are all very fake fiat things that we do not need to be getting our information from. So I think if we can create a place for Gen Z to get good information that's valid and real about Bitcoin, it'll help them, adopt it more. But at the end of the day, there's only 1%, so there's not much we can do now.
I see a couple of different ways that Gen Z kind of views Bitcoin. First lens is my best girlfriends who I went to middle school with, who I still am very close with to this day. When I tell them about, the success that I've had earning Bitcoin off of my music, sometimes their first instinct to tell me is like, isn't that a pyramid scheme? Isn't that like a not good thing? And then, we'll have a conversation about it, and they eventually they warm up to it, and they're not immediately a no anymore, but hesitant for sure. And then I see this other bucket, which is like putting on my artist in Nashville hat. And if you think about like a Venn diagram of just artists over time and then change, over here, there is always some crossover. Artists are always at the forefront of huge change, whether that's political change, whether that's like, oh my gosh, there's this new drum machine in the 80s, we all have to put this into our music. And so artists in Nashville, when I tell them about my success here, it's always a 3-hour conversation, sure, but they're also like, I get it, that's really cool. Can you teach me about how to do this? And I think my big goal right now is when I tell my artist friends in Nashville about this, and I tell them about the success that I've had, which, just to kind of fill you guys in real quick, I got into Bitcoin in July of 2023. I live in Nashville. Who'da thunk? We have this place called Bitcoin Park in Nashville. There was a lightning summit happening, and that's where I bumped into Sam Means, who is the founder of an up-and-coming streaming service called Wave Lake, where you can put your music up, or you can just listen to music, and you can get paid or pay in sats, in micropayments. I put up one song called Cherry on Top, and it became, apparently, and it still baffles me today, the first song to ever earn 1 million sats, and that was, thank you, I appreciate it. Wild stuff. And I got into Bitcoin when it was about 25,000, do the math. That was the first time I ever saw a full return on investment for what I put into a song and I got back out of it, which is so exciting. And also, for those of you who don't know, music is not an inexpensive thing to make. The going rate in Nashville to create one song is just $1,000. That is not counting mixing, that's not counting mastering, that's not counting photography, marketing, all the things. But my artist friends in Nashville, they get it. And when I tell them about my success, they're like, absolutely, sign me up. Where do I sign? But now I think my goal is to get every artist who comes into this space, who puts their music on Wavelake, who puts their music on Fountain, which is another great Spotify, Apple Music type replacement app. They need to have the same success that I have seen, if not more. My success that I have seen in this space needs to be the rule and not the exception, because if not, we are creating another form of the music industry with the same problems. And so those are kind of the two buckets that I see when I see Gen Z's reaction to it. It's either this really like, that's a pyramid scheme, that is a black market internet thing, don't go anywhere near it. And then other times it's like, wait, no, that's cool, I'm curious about this, tell me more about it.
Let's keep going on that. You hit on a couple of them. What are some other common misconceptions that you hear when you're trying to educate people about Bitcoin and even economics?
Well, I was just with my friend, and I'm often spending times with friends and their parents and stuff, and I always like to bring it up to just hear how other people think about it. One of the main things I hear is Bitcoin is crypto, and crypto is Bitcoin, and I like to try to say it's very separate, and they think it's all not trustworthy. They don't know the difference between proof of work and proof of stake, and I think that needs to be pushed more onto people so they can understand it. I noticed that they teach their kids to stay away from things they don't know about themselves. So a lot of times the kids I talk to completely shut it out because, of course, they trust their parents. Their parents take care of them. And sometimes they think their parents know everything, when in fact sometimes they do not. So I notice a lot of times they just are very afraid to listen to something that their parents don't agree with entirely.
I think for me, the biggest thing I hear is, if I talk about, oh yeah, I buy Bitcoin, you have $100,000? No, you don't
just
need.
buy XRP. It's only $3.
Yes, the amount of times it might not even be a misconception, but it's like they are brainwashed into this whole crypto meme coin lifestyle to where I might just be talking about Bitcoin and they'll just say XRP. And I'm like, okay, but why is that better? XRP. Okay, so you obviously have no idea what you're talking about, but I think for me the biggest misconception is just the fact that they think you have to buy a whole Bitcoin. And that's not just Gen Z, but that's a lot of people that I talk to. They think you just have to buy a whole one. And some people have told me, oh, I'm waiting for it to go down because I want to be able to buy a Bitcoin. And I'm like, honey, it's not going down that far. And number two, you can buy $1 of Bitcoin on Cash App right now. Like, you do not need to be buying a whole coin.
I think another misconception that I see is that people, at its core, they don't understand that it's technology. That's something that I think I've really tried to reframe when I'm talking to my artist friends, or even just like my actual like personal Ainsley the person friends. It's technology, and I think the other great thing that we could get into about this whole other like subspace of Bitcoin. Is anybody in here familiar with Nostr? Can I get a show of hands? Okay, how many people are actively on Nostr and like engage with it? Okay, everybody in this room, your hands need to be up at some point in time. That is your homework. Okay, amazing. I see a couple of people. Awesome. And when I try to give the technology framing of Bitcoin, inevitably the Nostr conversation comes up. And when I'm telling people, okay, think about how annoying it is to have one post that you have to copy and paste and go put it on Instagram, and then you have to resize it and go put it on TikTok, and then you have to resize it and go put it on Twitter. With Nostr, that's not the case. You can upload one time, and it goes to every single Nostr client, and you can get paid in micro payments, or somebody could send you an entire Bitcoin over the Lightning Network if they so choose, which is incredible. But I also try to think about it in the terms of like, if Instagram and TikTok and Twitter all go away tomorrow, what value do you retain from that? They are ones and zeros sitting on a computer in Silicon Valley somewhere. With Nostr, if I get paid an entire Bitcoin for a post that I put up today and Nostr goes away tomorrow, that whole Bitcoin, whatever amount that you chose to send me, is still going to be in my wallet. It's not going to go away, and that's something that I can put towards my music. That's something I can put towards like going and buying myself a nice blush at Ulta, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's technology, and I think if you really think about it like that, and you don't think about the political connotations and the stigmas with it, that it's a left or a right-leaning thing, and you really just try to think about it, how it's an amazing thing for everyone, that, and also the sustainability and energy aspect piece of it. One of my best friends, she is what I would call like a very smart person, does very smart people things. She goes to WashU in St. Louis, and she does like environmental law stuff. And when I saw, there's a great film that I think everyone should watch called The Unbanked Film. And there was a couple minute segment in there about how Bitcoin can be really great for energy and sustainability. And, one of our other panelists touched on that earlier today. And I was like, oh, when I saw this, she would get it if it was framed like this. Her immediate reaction wouldn't be like, oh, isn't that like not good? And so I think it's constantly just about adjusting how you frame things for different groups of people, because you constantly have to adjust it. Pitching Bitcoin is not a one size fits all for every group that you're going to talk to.
100%. You mentioned it's a technology, it's a tool. Bitcoin is not a religion, and it's not the ends. It's a means to an ends. So when I talk about reclaiming our culture, we want to be a culture, not a cult. We want to be free thinkers who question the system that we live in and implement actionable change within our communities. So when we say Bitcoin is a tool, and Bitcoin is the best money ever invented, that's just a fact. So what are the goals that we are trying to achieve in this community through Bitcoin?
I think some things that our generation is thinking that they're not going to be able to get right now, things like a nice car, or if you have a family, 2 cars, a house, a pool, a vacation at least once a year, right? I just saw a thing on Instagram the other day that said, to live the American dream, right? 2 parents, 2 kids, a couple pets, 2 cars, just an average lifestyle, $5 million. That's how much it costs to do the American dream today. So I don't think that...
Over what time period was that?
I'd have to pull
per
up...
year, or? That seems a little extreme,
to raise 2 kids, to have a
over
family,
the lifetime of the kids?
Yeah, probably like 18 years. And I just think that that's ridiculous. I think a lot of people my age are kind of just settling with what they have. Like, they're okay with, not having the nicest car. They're okay with maybe not having kids. That's a really big thing that my generation is kind of giving up, just because you have to feed yourself first, and that's already so hard for us to do. And I really think that Bitcoin is a tool. A lot of people my age think that it's the main goal. They think, oh, she's already up there, she's got Bitcoin, maybe I'll be there one day. But you won't be anywhere unless you buy Bitcoin, right? That's the tool that you need to get freedom, to have a house, to have a car, to have a family, to go on vacation, to just have a quality of life that's enjoyable. I don't think it's that much to ask for, but I think that the state that we're in right now, Bitcoin may be the only option.
I really like that. I really like looking at statistics and then seeing, I think it was 2000 to 2025, the median house went from 120, essentially like 119 to 419 now. But incomes didn't 4x. So, but you could probably afford that 419 house on a 50-year mortgage, But also, I like to see the Bitcoin as the denominator rather than the dollar. It looks depressing when you see something like that, and it's like, oh, you'll never get that median house. The average house is an average house. 3 bed, 2 bath, but the house didn't get any better. It didn't improve any better. It didn't turn into granite and marble. It's just that regular wooden house. But if you look at it over Bitcoin, it turns from, back then, I think it was like 2014, it was like 459 Bitcoin, to now it's like 6.6. So it looks a lot better.
Changing our perspective,
yes,
and looking at the world through a sound money lens. When we're measuring everything in fiat, it's depressing and it's discouraging because everything is getting more expensive. But we have to change our view to that the dollar is getting less valuable. Measure the house prices in Bitcoin. That's kind of encouraging. When you start stacking sats, start building your Bitcoin treasuries, and then you think, okay, well, when do I need a house? 10, 20 years? I can do it. That's encouraging. That's empowering. So in my economics classes, you can't teach economics without teaching Bitcoin. And you can't teach Bitcoin without teaching inflation. So, the good and the bad, the inflation versus the Bitcoin. So in many ways, Bitcoin is the solution to so many of the problems that your generation has. We can move to the next one. With Bitcoin education and really financial, economic, and just what is money? Education about money and personal finances through your educational career. What has the school done right? What has the school done wrong? And what are you doing personally to educate people about sound money?
All right, so this is what I like to talk about. I'm going to start all the way back and ask what makes things valuable. I'm not a very technical person by any means. I'm not tech savvy. I don't know how to code. Wouldn't be able to make Bitcoin on my own. But I would say I understand why things are valuable. In a way, I've read enough. I've done wrestling and understand proof of work. Sometimes, like, it takes a lot of work to get somewhere, and there's different reasons why things are valuable, and people don't really understand that. We measure everything in fiat, and it kind of makes a misconception of how much some stuff is worth. People don't understand markets. I don't expect high schoolers to understand how markets work. I fully don't even understand how all the markets work. Like, how could I? Like, why are some houses so much more expensive than others? Why is the Mona Lisa worth millions of dollars if it's just a painting with some paint on it? A lot of people don't even understand that. I think Bitcoin 100% is the tool to get everybody there and realize that, like, there's not unlimited time. Bitcoin has its own time chain. If everybody could understand that, I'd say that would be a really, really big step. Time is the most valuable thing we have. Everybody's going to die eventually. So I think Bitcoin can help us utilize our life the most.
I noticed that you said, like, what has the school done right and what has the school, like, failed us a little bit. I didn't really learn money in school. I didn't even learn markets. I actually learned that at UT. But I had, like, one maybe week of credit lessons from my history teacher who went rogue. He went off script, and he was like, I need to teach you guys about credit cards right now. And I paid attention because now, just a little backstory. I own three businesses, but two of them, one is a credit repair company, and then one is a consulting company. And I make it my business to educate people about credit. And, either that means repairing it, building it, and maintaining it, or if you're a brand new 18-year-old with nothing, how to build it right, build it strong, so that at 22 you can do whatever you want. And I've made myself the guinea pig, and I've proven it. So I'm proud of that process, and my high school is proud of that process because they've invited me to their class. And now this semester it's brand new, but I'm bringing a credit workshop, a finance workshop, where I teach young 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds about credit, but then also investing. So what does that mean to invest in yourself? What does that mean to own a business through college, to be a business owner, to work, and also investing in the stock market, investing in the crypto market. I learned the stock market through my dad. So he was all stocks and cash. He didn't like the banks. He didn't trust them. So he's still a cash guy. I'm orange peeling him a little bit, working on him. But so I'm bringing that to my high school, and because I made it my business to kind of be proof that our generation is hardworking. We want to grow. We're hungry for it. I've proven something to the generation before me to then kind of bring that on to, like, the young Gen Zers or the Gen Alpha or something like that. And I really want them to know that Bitcoin is the future of money, and they need to invest in themselves, and this is one way to do it.
100%. A little background on Melania. She's the president of our Bitcoin Club at University of Tampa. It's the largest club on campus. We teach economics, finance, health, culture, all around Bitcoin. So she was also the professor's assistant in the first Bitcoin economics class at the university level. So we had a ton of fun. And I would encourage other college students, let the faculty know that there is demand for Bitcoin education, because it's not going to come from the top down. Professors are dinosaurs. They move very slow, and they don't want the new thing. Bitcoin is the new thing that challenges the system. So from Gen Z, they need to hear, we don't want to learn about economics from 300 years ago. We want to learn about the here and the now and the economics of Bitcoin, demand it like we've done at University of Tampa, and we will fill those classes. We got retweeted by Saifedean Amoose. The community wants Bitcoin education because that's how we get real adoption, empowering the individuals through education.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think that it's pretty awesome that there's already universities that have classes like this, and we're only 15 years in, right? At FGCU, they're just starting to do a little intro into crypto and Bitcoin. And I actually took a blockchain class last semester. Was it surface level? Yes. Did I love it? Absolutely. I was the only one in the class raising my hand every single 5 minutes. They're probably like, who is this girl? I'm just taking this class as an elective. What's going on here? But the point is that it's happening. And, the teacher told me, this is the first class. If it does well, we might get another one. And then we might get another one. And as long as people sign up for the class, it can be there. And as long as the teacher doesn't say anything that can, be a conflict of interest or where the parents could come back and blame it on the teacher, it should be fine. So, of course, it's going to be hard, but I think it's very possible. And back to your point when you were talking about what's, the school teaching us about money, what have they failed us and what have they done well, I think it all depends on what you study. Of course, in elementary school, and they're not really teaching you about anything besides how to count quarters and dollars, but now in college, you actually have the choice for what you want to study. So if you don't know about money, you should study finance. That's what I do, and I've learned a lot about money. And when I have students come up to me and say things, bad about Bitcoin or, CBDC, isn't going to happen, right? That's never going to happen. That's just a fake, myth. I'm going to say, all right, well, remember class last week when we opened the textbook and we did our chapter on CBDCs? You really think they're putting CBDCs in the textbooks at a public school if it wasn't going to happen? They're getting us ready for what's going to happen. So I just
Ignorance
like to...
by design.
Yeah, everything's by design. So that's why I like to just kind of circle back to something that they understand. So in finance, it's easier because we learn a lot about money. I had a whole class called Money and Capital Markets where it was just about the Fed. That's all we talked about was the Fed. You don't get that opportunity with a liberal arts degree. So I think it's about choice. It's about taking the initiative to learn about it. And then, once you're there, not being so closed off to it. You have to be more open-minded and accepting. Even if you don't know, you have to take the time to learn.
100%. Love it.
I also, if I could add, real quick, it's interesting to hear your guys' take on Bitcoin education because you guys were still in school when, you really kind of became involved in Bitcoin for the first time. I graduated from Berklee College of Music when I was 19, very atypical schooling. Thank you, appreciate it. So I had a very atypical schooling experience, and I found out about Bitcoin a couple of months after I graduated. And so my experience with not only educating myself, but educating my target demographic and my fans, I think we can't overlook the importance of educating in real life scenarios that aren't just in a classroom in places like this, because all of us in this room to some extent believe in Bitcoin. We wouldn't be here if we didn't agree with that sentiment in some way. But really where I've seen so much success is because of what I do is just such a niche within the Bitcoin world where I talk about music and I perform music for people. Some of the most exciting ways that people have found out that this is actually a thing is, when we did Adam Curry's Boostagram Ball live at Antone's in Austin, Texas at December of 2024, which is an insanely legendary venue, but we had screens up where you could see people boosting and zapping in real times, and where your money was going straight to the artist's wallet, where they could then pay their band, and then they could then pay their travel fees. And so I think it's also really important to just think about the more that we can bring culture into educating other people on Bitcoin, that is so, so important because, again, artists and arts, just in any way, shape, or form, are always at the forefront of how people adopt and become excited and aware about these new technologies. So if you can find an artist on Wavelake or Fountain that you really love and you want to support, and then you can get your grandma into the Bitcoin, universe in on that. If you can get your best friend in on going and finding a movie that you love on IndieHub, which is a great like Netflix replacement where you can buy movies and TV shows with Bitcoin. That is truly, truly so important, and I don't think we can overlook the importance of bringing culture into the education piece of onboarding people to Bitcoin.
100%.
Absolutely.
Culture, education, spending Bitcoin. That's a whole nother panel that is very applicable. So I want to thank you guys for doing this panel. I want to thank John Drew for making this happen, because there is a generational divide economically and culturally in our society. So a lot of it is the things you've talked about, the feelings of, well, we might not be able to have the lives statistically that our parents or grandparents had: housing, education, healthcare. So I want to open it up for a couple questions from the audience so you can interface with Gen Z.
Ainsley, you mentioned Nostr. I'm glad you did that, because I'm a true believer that is the social media of the future, because Bitcoin's integrated into it. So you could get zapped as an artist if you post a song. What is all of your other experiences with Nostr? Is it even part of the equation yet, or is it still too early in your generation? So your generation thrives on social media. So.
Yeah. Well, Ainsley is actually the one who got me into it. So from, being friends with her and talking to her about her success with it, I decided to join, and she told me, the community's really welcoming, they'll love you, just, make a couple posts, follow me, and I go on there and people just start zapping me money like for no reason, and I'm like, okay, I do like this app. So, I think in the future, maybe 5-10 years, I can see it being used more, but if, again, there's only 1% of the people that are into it, not that many are Gen Z, they're already so consumed with Instagram, Facebook, Threads, Snapchat, every single other one, that once they find out they can make money off of it, then they'll probably go.
It's so encouraging to know that, if I could just add one thing really quickly, this is the future of what Bitcoin looks like. I think this is correct me if I'm wrong.
These are the faces of Bitcoin. This is the future of Bitcoin, the community.
I think this is the first panel we've had today where it's been a majority of women on the panel, which is so exciting. Continue with your question.
Now we have about 75 members. Yes. So we've grown a lot. Of course, we only started with that one guy. He was an OG member. He's an OG. But now having 75 members is really cool. We have, not all 75 members come to every meeting, of course. But we have a solid, 20, I'd say, that would come to the meetings regularly. And then I also got in with some of the teachers, where I got the teachers to give their classes extra credit if they come to my meeting. So I have a little sign-up sheet and have the kids come, and they may not want to be there, but they're there, and they're hearing the message.
Last question right here.
All right, so I started learning about Bitcoin probably around my 8th grade year, and I got to read a lot about it for my age, of course. And then I realized I can't work a normal job when I'm older. That was my first realization. I didn't really know why. I never wanted to work a usual job. I don't agree with working hourly a ton. That's just my personal opinion. But then with Bitcoin, I slowly realized why I feel that way. I had no clue why before. Of course, I wanted to be quote-unquote rich. I mean, who doesn't want to be in middle school? But, I didn't know why I felt any of these ways, or why my mom was always complaining about groceries or going up, or why this is more expensive or that's more expensive. So Bitcoin has really taught me that what you do with your time matters. What you do with your energy really does matter. And what you do with your brain overall matters. Like, if you're not constantly learning about stuff you care about, then you're going to fall behind. Like, what you care about is up to you. But if you don't use your brain for yourself and you just use it to doom scroll on social media and give big companies statistics, then you're just going to fall behind. That's my opinion on it. I would say one thing I want to close out with is I think we need to influence people our age to ask a lot more questions. I feel like everybody's really quiet. I can see in people's eyes when I bring it up. They know something's up. Like, I can sense it. It's an energy in the room. People are just really worried to ask questions. I think with more social media posts over time, with more crazy stuff happening with the government, people are going to slowly realize that something is wrong. People have to realize there's something wrong first before they go looking for the solution. We, of course, already have both those steps done, but the first one for teenagers and young adults is they need to know something's wrong. They have no clue. She pays for all my food. I live under a roof. I don't really have to do much. I mean, she got me my car. I drive to high school every day, talk to my friends, have fun. Of course, I work a lot as well. I care about my future, but I'm a general high schooler still. And if I didn't have Bitcoin, I would be lost. I mean, I'd have to go to college, get into debt. She couldn't pay for my college right now. Just, sorry, Mom. Just the truth. A lot of people are set up that way. So I think Bitcoin is really the only answer, and we just need to push onto people to use their own brains to think.
Bitcoin is hope. The future face of Bitcoin. Let's give him a round of applause.
Also, say happy birthday to Madison. It's her 21st birthday.
Happy birthday!
Thank you, thank you. In true Gen Z fashion, we yapped and went 7 minutes over. Sorry, everyone.
You just take that back to stage, and I'll keep your guys' too.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. All right, don't go anywhere because we're going right into our next panel. And I will say, as you know, the experience we've had with the University of Tampa and those students has really been one of the joys of running Bitcoin Bay. Seeing the students grow over the past 4 years and watching them get in the jobs and build the clubs from the one person. I mean, I remember meeting Ben when he was 13, you know, at Bitcoin Day. So it is really a true pleasure to be, you know, part of this growth with them. So coming up next, we have the illustrious Luke Dasher and Nico Moran. This is going to be one of the more technical discussions, I'm sure, of the day. But we're going to be talking about on a mission to radically decentralize Bitcoin mining that Ocean provides. So if Nico and Luke, you guys want to come on up here? And we're going to talk about how the work that Luke has done and his efforts in defending the protocol. So this is going to be we're taking out from the culture, we're getting into the technicals here, I'm assuming anyways. So let's hear it for Luke and Nico, guys.
Yo! How's everybody doing? Lunch was good? Fantastic. Anyways, I got a message to start this, and I'm going to start it with this. Luke, do you know that there's a poly market live right now? And the bet is whether you're going to wear a suit or not. So whoever took that bet, you lost.
I hope nobody took that bet.
Anyways, it's an honor to be on stage here with you, Luke. Luke, this is the third time this year I've had the honor of being able to talk about this very important topic with Luke on a stage, and it's something that a lot of people don't fully appreciate. And Luke, one of the things...
This year just started.
Yeah, you know what I mean. The last 365 days. The first interview I did with Luke, I swear to God, I had like a heart attack because he would just look at me. But now I know him. I never forget what you told me that first conversation, and it struck a chord with me, and it caught me off guard because I was like, how could that be? You know, you had
basically the embracement of Bitcoin by the Trump administration. You have, institutional adoption of Bitcoin. And Luke looks at me straight in the eye and he says, Nico, Bitcoin has probably a single-digit percentage chance of surviving and succeeding. And I was just starstruck. Is that still the case?
Yes.
Why is that, Luke?
It's still not enough people running their own full node and using their own full node for commerce.
And could you talk a little bit about why that's so important and why Bitcoin needs that in order to survive?
Unlike fiat currencies, unlike gold, there is no centralized person securing Bitcoin. In gold's case, silver's case, it's the laws of physics. In fiat's case, it's a government. But with Bitcoin, there is no such centralized entity. So it relies on the Bitcoin community to enforce the rules that make it what it is. And the only way the rules are enforced is when someone receives a payment, when you buy Bitcoin, when you sell something and receive Bitcoin as payment, that you use your own full node to verify that that payment has confirmed. And so if too many people are not doing this, there's no enforcement of the rules in practice, and the miners basically can turn Bitcoin into just another fiat currency with no oversight.
So if you guys are in this room, I want to see a show of hands. How many of you guys are running nodes? Not everybody's raising their hands up. At this point, it is so easy. You can literally go to start 9 or, I don't know, what do you like?
It's easy no matter how you do it, really. But just because someone's running a node, how many people are using the node for actual commerce and confirming payments to them?
That's probably even less. Oh, we got one hand up. 2, 3.
I see a few.
I sell Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Sometimes.
And that is not always as easy as just starting your node. That can be more difficult. People use hardware wallets, people use phone wallets, and not all of those are very easy to pair. Unfortunately, that process can be somewhat difficult today.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, like, the process of, because you have to install Tor on your computer and then connect it with your, it's a multi-step process. It's not a plug-and-play type of solution. So I'd agree with you. It's not easy, but it's definitely a lot easier than it was before. Like, you can literally buy a pre-built hardware device where you could be running a Bitcoin node. It's plug-and-play. It used to be a lot more complicated and sophisticated. But syncing that with the actual wallet that you use and to transact, that's another step. I agree. I think syncing it with a mobile wallet is like, it literally desyncs all the time or just doesn't sync. It just doesn't work very well. But on the computer, it works pretty well. It's pretty effective, in my opinion.
Yeah, the pre-made wallet or node machines usually have the ability to actually run an Electrum server, and they try to make it easier, but I think there's still much room for improvement there.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. Even on the Mac, you still have to install Tor on the back end, and then you can connect it with your node. It's not a simple plug-and-play solution. It's somewhat complicated, but again, this is what Bitcoin is all about. Everybody should be running their own version of the Bitcoin software, and you shouldn't be trusting someone else's node every time you want to send a Bitcoin transaction. Because if you're not using your own Bitcoin node, you're using someone else's.
It's when you receive that it matters, not when you send.
There we go. I'm getting corrected. Why is it when you receive and not when you send?
It's when you receive that you verify that that those are real Bitcoins you're being paid and not some altcoin that's just trying to trick you. And when you send, it's not you you're trusting yourself, basically. You know your Bitcoins are your Bitcoins. It's the other person who needs to verify that you're actually sending them.
So everyone who did not raise their hands, you should be ashamed of yourself. I heard it from Luke himself. Go run a node. At this point, you shouldn't have an excuse, and there's so many tutorials out there that you should go for it. Luke, I want to talk about something that has been somewhat controversial in the in the Bitcoin community in the last couple of years or so, and it's the core versus knots debate. I've been pressured so many times by people to pick a side. I eventually picked a side. Of course, I picked the not side. But for anyone who's not in the know, what is going on with Bitcoin Core and knots?
I dislike the phrasing it as a debate. It's that the Bitcoin Core project has been taken over by bad actors, and the latest version, Core 30, is actually malware that attacks the Bitcoin network. It's not really about knots per se, because knots is just one implementation of a Bitcoin node. It's really about Core 30 being an attack on the entire network on Bitcoin itself.
So you're not making the case for running a node even easier, are you, Luke?
It's pretty easy to run knots.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. So let's break it down for anyone who's not in the know, Luke. Like, what do you mean by Bitcoin Core being an attack on the Bitcoin network? What does that mean?
With Bitcoin Core 30, people who have taken over the project have modified it so that your Bitcoin node is no longer just a monetary system. It's trying to change Bitcoin into a file storage, file sharing system, where every node must participate in distribution of files, some of which can be extremely abhorrent. We're talking things that will land you in jail if you just have it on your computer. And this is a major problem, not only because you probably don't want to be doing that, but also because nobody else will want to do that either. And if you have to participate in distributing child abuse images and such, nobody's going to want to run a node if that's a requirement.
Absolutely. And then you can see how that could be a potential attack vector in the future, how that can be used as a justification for some type of enforcement action. You can just kind of, just basic game theory, just thinking about into the future, especially what happened recently with the arrest of the Samurai Wallet developers and them basically criminalizing privacy. You can kind of see how, you could see the direction of how they can potentially use this as a way to attack Bitcoin in the future. So
you don't even need to speculate. It was a few years ago, some government apparently, I don't know which government, actually did this. They got Bcash to modify the system in exactly the same way, and I think it was within days there was illegal data posted on Bcash, and that resulted in Bcash miners and nodes being heavily regulated, and you can't run a Bcash node or a miner without having very strict content censorship involved.
And I want to talk about kind of the incentives behind this, Luke, because I'm assuming the people behind Bitcoin Core, I'm assuming they're not dumb, right? I'm assuming they know what they're doing. What are their incentives? If they know that this is a potential attack vector, if they know that this could potentially hurt Bitcoin in the future, why do you think they're doing this?
First of all, the people who are in control of Bitcoin Core today are not the same people who have been working on Bitcoin Core since the early days. Due to various events that happened, the maintainers have kind of cycled to largely being novices at this point. As for their motives for trying to destroy Bitcoin, I can only speculate. I don't want to say something that I'm not sure of 100%, but it only really makes sense if they've already given up on Bitcoin and are just trying to, I don't know, cash out or whatever while they can.
Let's follow the money. Who funds them?
There's lots of people that fund developers. I don't know that there's necessarily a correlation between the bad actors and any particular funding source, but a large amount of it goes through chain code and the kind of spin-off called Prank. But there's also OpenSats. I think HRF might fund a few developers, probably others.
I would say some of those organizations, it's difficult for me to see them as not wanting a good future for Bitcoin.
Yeah, I don't know to what extent, if at all, the funding organizations are involved.
Do you think it's a technical, it's a very difficult technical problem for them to understand? Do you think that's the reason?
What do you mean?
Like, if this is such a a core threat to Bitcoin's future, you would think that they would think twice before funding the very developers that are rolling this out.
You would think.
Fair enough. So if you are to give a call to action for the people, shame on you, who are not running a node in the audience today, what would that call to action be? And please explain and lay out how important this is and what's at stake.
Well, I mean, action, obviously, install a node, start using it for when people pay you, when you buy Bitcoin, it's to verify it. But as for importance, at the end of the day, if the miners try to change the rules of Bitcoin, if they want to print more Bitcoins out of thin air, it's going to come down to the economy to reject that change. And if it's only a few people in their basement running full nodes who have very little economic influence, it's not going to put a stop to it. It has to be a supermajority of the ecosystem. And the reason I say a supermajority is a simple majority fluctuates. The amount of economic activity anyone's doing at a given time can go up and down. People sleep. The other side of the world, if the other side of the world isn't running a full node, they'll get off on a new chain with the wrong rules. So you need something where it's a constant level, significantly above just a simple majority, so that the rules are firmly enforced at all times.
Gotcha. So you guys know that I made a fortune on Polymarket, right? The bet was whether Luke Dash was going to have a Dr. Pepper on stage today. And I bet against that, and the odds were like 1 to 99. So like I made $1 million off of like a $10 investment. Just kidding. Hi, Michelle. Of course you can.
Correct. Not necessarily regulatorily captured. It could very well just be like big businesses with no regulation, no oversight.
But for the people gasping, it's not necessarily that it will go to zero. It's more that it will lose the values that are really important.
Correct. Obviously, fiat has a value, even though it's already worthless in that regard.
I think we have another question. Someone has his hand up.
If quantum computing is ever a thing, then Bitcoin will have to adapt, but realistically, that's not likely to happen anytime soon. At this point, Bitcoin Nuts is probably the only good option. Bitcoin Nuts. KNOTS.
Knots.
Yeah, that is part of the trouble for getting people to run full nodes, is it can take a while if you don't have a really high-end computer. And really the only solution is to wait it out. If you get it preloaded, then you're trusting whoever preloaded it, and kind of defeats the point. Because quantum computers are so far from being a reality and actually existing for real, that what exists today can't actually do quantum type stuff. It's mostly hypothetical at this point. I think so, yes.
You in the white suit in the back.
Through Bitcoin's history, there has always been spam filters to filter out the garbage, and they have always been continually improved as the spam has become a problem.
Oh wait, hold on, dude. He's not trying to do anything. At the end of the day, you have the choice on what node you want to run.
Yeah. If you don't stop the attacks will succeed.
No,
We have been for 15 years.
But dude, listen. You have every right to run your own version of the Bitcoin software you want to run, right? And he has every right to run the version of Bitcoin software he wants to run.
Core could have simply not attacked and we wouldn't be having this problem. Core could have simply just not modified the software to attack the network and we wouldn't have this problem. We would be working on whatever else needed to be worked on.
And by the way, the community made their...
This is not something that I have, or any anti-spam people have instigated.
And by the way, the community made their voice known. We were extremely loud regarding the core issue, and core completely ignored the community completely. Not to mention the big ass bug that I haven't gotten a chance to talk to. John, we're gonna need like 10 more minutes.
Yeah, I was just gonna cut Benny off here and let someone else have a chance.
I just want to say pro censorship there.
Well, you can have the you're welcome to have the conversation with Luke privately later. All right.
So, look, I love the debates, and I think it's very healthy in Bitcoin, and I think this is what Bitcoin's all about. Ultimately, you as an individual get to choose what version of Bitcoin you want to run. That's the beauty of Bitcoin. And obviously, some people feel one way, and other people feel other way. And that's how Bitcoin is. Anyways, I know you had a question. Hawaiian shirt man?
Yes.
Before we move on, I also think I need to correct that I did not change the upper turn limit to 40 bytes. It was always 40 bytes. It was Core that changed it to 80. And recently, Knott's also changed it to 80 a few months ago, specifically for the Samurai issue. Just to correct the record on that.
So, although I understand this gentleman's point, I have also been in Bitcoin forever, and first of all, thank you for saving Bitcoin several times. You are the most influential Bitcoiner here today. Thank you, Luke, for everything you've done. But I was so excited by Taproot because I thought finally developers could focus on stealing DeFi momentum from all the shitcoins, and instead, the inscriptions bug that you reported was used to turn Bitcoin into shitcoining instead of attacking DeFi. And since then, we've had, in a few short years, 40% UTXO bloat, which means the gentleman back there saying it takes 2 weeks to download, there's a direct result of what happens when you allow shitcoining on the main chain Bitcoining. So it's more of an observation. I don't know if you agree with me or not, but thank you regardless for everything you've done.
Round of applause for Luke, everybody.
One more question.
That's right. All right. So before we'll start up with the questions in a little bit again, but before I get to that, I really do want to talk about the mining pool situation, what you guys are doing over at Ocean. I had the pleasure of having Nacho over at the Simply Bitcoin studio yesterday. We were talking about that a little bit. Luke, could you break down what the mining pool situation is in Bitcoin and what the risks are?
For 98% more or less of the hash rate, there's basically 6 or 7 actual mining pools that make all the blocks. That's been a centralizing problem ongoing for several years. A couple of years ago, I relaunched Ocean. It was originally called Eligius and ran since 2011 to 2017 or so, somewhere around there. But I relaunched it as Ocean, and the goal of Ocean is to decentralize the mining. So instead of we're not just an 8th pool on that, 7 plus 1 is 8. Instead of that, the miners are making their own blocks. The miners run their own full node, they make the blocks, and we just coordinate between the miners the sharing of the reward. So instead of just going from 7 to 8, it's 7 plus however many miners are using Ocean. You can look at our website and see, or any website that shows the blockchain usually, and see what miners are making the blocks. There's quite a few common names that make the blocks for Ocean, and once in a while we get a small miner that pops up and made the block themselves.
What is the problem that Ocean's seeking to solve?
The mining centralization problem. which is pretty much just those 7 entities making pretty much all the blocks.
And you guys represent what percentage of the hash rate today?
Today it's just 1 to 2%, but one nice thing is that no matter how large we get, even if it's like 60% of the network, that normally for a pool that would be major security risk for Bitcoin. But as long as it's the miners making their own blocks, even if they're all sharing the rewards with the Ocean, it's not actually a problem. It's still decentralizing.
What's the incentive for a miner to mine with Ocean versus mining with one of the other pools?
I would hope the primary incentive is to make Bitcoin stronger, but also the rewards have consistently shown to be higher mining with Ocean as well.
What percentage higher?
It varies. Some miners have reported much higher. But I believe the year-end average for last year was 3-point-something%.
Why do you think that happens? Why do you think the reward ends up being so much higher if someone mines with Ocean versus mining with another pool?
Besides being centralized, the other pools also generally use a reward system known as FPPS, full pay per share, and the algorithm to calculate the rewards under FPPS intentionally shave off the top 3 blocks and the bottom 3 blocks and take the average of the other blocks. And that results in the highest fee blocks basically being just kept by the pool.
So, Luke, could you break down what is the core issue, no pun intended, with the mining pool centralization? Like, what is the worst case scenario that comes out of that?
Even if you run a full node, your confirmations are not necessarily secure unless you, depending on how large the pools are. But if a pool as a pool approaches 50% of the total network hash rate, it becomes possible for them to undo transactions on the network. And if they reach 50%, then no matter how long you wait, how many blocks you wait for your transaction to confirm, it's always possible for that pool with 50% of the network hash rate to go back and reverse that transaction. With Amp Pool and Foundry at the size they are now, to be secure, if they want to reverse your transaction, you really have to wait 1,000 blocks at this point.
So if you guys have any hash rate, go to ocean.xyz. Don't ask what Bitcoin could do, ask what you can do for Bitcoin. So if you're not running a node by the end of this conversation, John told me you're not going to be allowed to come to the conference next year. And if you're not mining with Ocean, man, I can't curse. Go F yourself. We have a question.
Yeah, concerning the spam problem, Luke, what is your position on the Bitcoin Improvement Proposal 110? And if you don't approve of it, how would you improve it, or what would you do?
The reduced data soft fork, that proposal that you're referring to, which is actually also assigned BIP number 444, is basically a bunch of temporary restrictions that make it basically counters the changes that were made in Core 30 and makes it so that it's pretty much impossible to use a standard way of storing data on the Bitcoin network. And to do this cohesively, it needs to disable all the upgrade paths for future soft forks. And so for that reason, it expires after a year. After a year, it goes back to the current rules that are active now. And I support it as a good step forward. Any other upgrade isn't going to activate within that year anyway, so it's not, we're not losing anything there. It gives the community a chance to, stabilize the network and think of a more long-term solution to some of these problems.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So there was a bug with a recent implementation of Core 30. Luke, do you want to talk about that?
Okay.
Hit it, brother. What happened? So not only did they shit the bed, they shit the bed twice, right? I just had a newborn, so I had to drop that joke.
What happened? Basically, over the years, the wallet in Bitcoin Core and also the same one that's used in Bitcoin Nuts has had several upgrades. If you made a wallet in, I don't know, 2020, it's going to be different from a wallet made in 2022 and so on. So anyone who had a wallet that was created before a certain year, I forget which year, I think, was it 2021? I don't know. When they upgraded to Core 30, which is a bad idea in itself, but let's not get back into that. If you upgraded to Core 30, it would prompt you have to do a migration from the old version to the new version to load your wallet anymore because they removed support for the old version wallets. And if your wallet was from that particular time period, if anything went wrong in that process, it would just permanently delete the wallet from your computer and there would be no way to get it back unless you had a backup somewhere else, which you should have.
So it seems like they were focusing on the wrong things, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Dorsey calls this gentleman the guardian angel of Bitcoin. You guys have an opportunity to ask this legend a question. Please raise your hand, and if not...
No. One last question.
Oh, let's do two. We got two more, Joe.
Got two hands. Where you got?
All right, lady in the orange. Lady in the orange with the hand up.
Not sure how to ask this question, but do we need to be worried about UTXO being captured by bigger whales with more power and then us not being able to get transactions through? Is that in controversy out there? I'm not sure I'm understanding that.
Whales having larger UTXOs doesn't impact the ability to get transactions through at all.
In the future, when the rewards for Bitcoin mining get cut, that won't affect our UTXO management in terms of being able to get transactions through?
It shouldn't, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I think her question was more, are we going to have access on-chain to send on-chain transactions, or are we going to be pushed into Lightning or other scaling solutions? I think was probably the spirit of that question.
I think if you have the option to use Lightning, you should. There's no reason to go on-chain if you don't have a reason to. It should be a fail-safe for when you can't do Lightning or something that's more efficient. But I think as long as people have UTXOs, there will be a way to get it on-chain. Mining decentralization will hopefully make that even easier, but I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Last question in the back.
Thank you. Just a quick question about Ocean. You mentioned that the main goal for it is to help with centralization and combat it with miners. Of course, solo mining is borderline impossible now. So I'm still trying to understand the technology behind that, or how that you guys are actually accomplishing that. So if you have miners working with you collectively, are you still distributing templates and stuff, or how exactly does that work?
No, the miners using Ocean generally are actually solo mining themselves. It's just that when they make the block, they make it rewarding the other miners using Ocean. And we coordinate the reward splitting, but the miners themselves are actually solo mining their own blocks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was a special edition because Luke Dash has a Fanta Japanese version and not a Dr. Pepper. Please give a round of applause to the guardian angel of Bitcoin, Luke Dash Jr. Woo! Thank you.
Right, you only get that kind of high signal talk at a Bitcoin day. This is, it may not, for those, this might be one of your first kind of conferences. This is very unique that the speakers and the industry leaders are in the room and at your table, and you're able to go and talk to them after the thing. That's what they're doing right now. This is probably going to go on for a while. So maybe they want to take it to the hallway for this next one, because we are going to get a little bit more relevant to all of us. I know that was quite technical. We are going to be talking about stacking sats at scale, how balance sheets are going Bitcoin. We've heard about Bitcoin treasury companies. Now we have companies with Bitcoin treasuries. So we'll be joined by Cedric Youngelman, the host of the Bitcoin Matrix podcast, who will be moderating. Please give it up for Cedric, Alex, Mark, Ben, and Xander.
What's up, everybody? Everybody seems a little lethargic after lunch, so fortunately we have a fire panel here. I'm joined by Alex, Mark, Ben, and Xander, 4 guys with a lot of experience and perspective in the space. We'll keep this one fun. I think we'll look at sort of institutional adoption, stacking sats at scale. We'll look at family offices, Bitcoin treasury companies, and a bit about the macro environment. I would like to be a little selfish here, and since we have Ben on stage, I would like for you to break down or explain what the MicroStrategy playbook is.
Well, we could cover 30 minutes just on that, but first I want to give a lot of credit to Bitcoin Day here today. This was a pretty unique conference. I'd not seen a conference that had the perspectives we got out of like the Gen Z panel. That was new. I hadn't seen that anywhere but here, and that was really enlightening to see that. So, well done there. When it comes to institutional adoption and corporate adoption, Strategy is the household name now, right? They're the behemoth in the space, and they've really been the innovators along the way. And it started out with a fundamental idea that Bitcoin on the balance sheet is better than cash on the balance sheet, right? It started that simple. That was the foundation of it. And I think what Saylor saw was that we've got this antiquated financial market out there that's providing products that are on autopilot integrated into people's portfolios that they depend on as they move throughout their lives. As you go through the saving phase into your retirement phase, it changes the way that you need access to your money and the types of products you need. What he also found was there's a lot of institutional investors that have very specific niche investments they need to make. And so the way that this kind of evolved was he started targeting those pockets of capital. The first one that we saw, which was kind of the mainstream product for a long time, was the convertible bonds. He found out there were convertible arbitrageurs out there, and the product they need is volatility. They want bonds that are on top of an equity that moves a lot because they're trading throughout the day, and that's how they capture their gains. As he moved on from there, he found these perpetual preferred equity products, and he realized he could tailor-make products that not only meet institutional demands, but meet retail investor demands. And you're seeing that right now with Stretch. But if you look at the fundamental of what is he trying to do for his shareholders, if you look at the common stock, he takes a Bitcoin-denominated view to his shares. Every action he's taking in the capital markets on a combined basis, he's looking to increase the exposure that each share of common stock and Strategy holds to Bitcoin. So over a long time horizon, if you expect Bitcoin to really succeed in a big way, like I think everybody in this room does, that exposure becomes very powerful. He's also creating an ecosystem that allows traders and long-term investors to participate in the same asset because of the volatility of Bitcoin. But I think the most interesting one that's capturing people's attention at the moment is a product called Stretch. And the reason it's capturing everyone's attention is because it fits a need of the individuals. So what he's offering is effectively a money market style of a product. He's trying to create capital stability where he can peg the product to $100. And he's doing that by, if it goes above $100, he's the one selling shares into the market. But what he can bring to the market that they're not getting out of a money market account or some other account, a savings account, is he can provide higher yields. And he can do that because of the belief in the compound annual growth rate of Bitcoin. You can think of these preferred products as a carry trade. What they're doing is they're raising capital today, deploying it into Bitcoin, And if that compound annual growth rate outpaces the yield that they have to issue to the investors, that excess value that gets accrued goes to the common stock. And so that's the model he's building. He really built the first stock to allow people to get extra exposure to Bitcoin over long time horizons.
Maybe a simple way to break that down on an individual level, would that be sort of I take on credit so that I can get more Bitcoin and pay back the credit and keep the extra Bitcoin? Is that simply what he's doing on sort of an individual level?
What do you mean when you say on an individual
So
level?
I'm using credit to acquire more Bitcoin. I'm going to pay the fiat costs, and it's going to be less than the appreciation on the Bitcoin. And so I want to ask the other three gentlemen, Mark, maybe you can go first. Like, do you see high net worth individuals, family offices, or institutions looking to adopt the MicroStrategy playbook?
Sure. Today's Saturday. Tomorrow's Sunday. Some of you will go to church tomorrow. Maybe some of you will go tonight. I would encourage all of you, whether you're a person of faith or not, to go to the book of Exodus, chapter 32. The Israelites had just been freed from the slavery and the tyranny of Pharaoh in Egypt. They were liberated to the promised land, and they sat at the foot of Mount Sinai. But they got bored. They didn't like the volatility. They didn't like the price action. And so they traded their liberation. They took off their gold, and they said to Aaron, melt down our gold and create for us a golden calf that we can worship. Bitcoin is the only asset since the beginning of mankind has existed that all of us were able to front-run Wall Street. So the idea that the family office or me as an individual would arbitrate or exchange my liberation for another counterfeit god, to me is absurd. That said, I fully respect and understand the financial engineering that is at play. My primary issue as Stretch is what is Stretch's source of capital to pay the dividends? It is the direct dilution of MSTR common stock holders who, oh, by the way, have the junior claim in the capital stack to the BTC that MSTR owns. So they're arbitrary. They are. If you have an idea that you should sell Bitcoin or take your fiat and put it into common stock, which you are junior to the preferred, for a reduced claim to the preferred, and you're going to get diluted to pay the preferred dividend, I think that is absolutely insane. So that said, the family office, our allocation is about 10%. It's actually only in Bitcoin, and probably will only ever be in Bitcoin.
Are they looking to borrow, lever into? I'm assuming not then. It's just...
From a strict financial perspective, this is the cold reality of our world. We can get an 85% advance rate on equities, north of 90% advance rate on treasuries at SOFR plus 50, 60 bips. Even if we wanted to use our Bitcoin holdings as collateral, it's far more advantageous to simply borrow against our book of securities at a much higher advance and a much, much lower cost of capital.
That makes sense. Alex, like, how would you describe 2025 and sort of, you know, right now we're probably 8,000 down year over year, but only 100 days ago we had all-time highs, and Bitcoin has been sideways for a year, and primarily the biggest year of Bitcoin treasury companies. So what do you see as sort of the narrative coming out of 2025?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I think 2025 is like welcome to Bitcoin, really. Bitcoin typically goes sideways to down most of the time. If you look at any given year in Bitcoin, there's something like 10 to 15 days each year that the vast majority of the gains, something like 80+% of the gains occur in those 10 to 15 days. Aside from that, it's pretty much a slog. And as you're waiting, that can be super, super painful. If you've not been around for a really long time, if you bought near the all-time high of 126K, it's probably real painful for you. I can remember back in, I think it was 2021, that we hit that 69K top, and then the following spring and summer, it went all the way down to 16K. How many were here for that ride? Okay, so like a third of the room. Everybody else is like, oh my gosh, what's happening? Hey, get used to it. This is the way it is, right? So I think it was completely normal, but in those terms. But aside from that, I think structurally, I think what happened in 2025 was actually really, really important, because during that period of time, we're basically chopping sideways somewhere between, let's call it like I don't know, 85K, 90K, up to 126K, somewhere in this range. This is a much, much higher range where a tremendous amount of Bitcoin turned over, changed hands. We saw a lot of liquidity. And some people are like, oh my gosh, this is horrible. Look at all these OGs they're selling and they're cashing out. Have they lost faith in Bitcoin? Is this like really bad? The thing is that there's two sides to everything, right? There's also a bid there. Who the heck is buying all of that Bitcoin? That is the more interesting point to me. It's not that the OGs were selling. If you think of it like this, the first 8 years of Bitcoin's existence, we mined something like 15.75 million, if my numbers are correct, of the total supply. That's a huge amount of Bitcoin, all at a price point, either buying it or mining it, sub 1,000 cost basis. At 100K, that's a 100x. And people are like, well, why would the OGs sell it? Have they completely lost faith? We're like, they got 100x. Wouldn't you maybe sell some of it and like live the life you want to live? So I don't begrudge those people for doing that at all. In fact, it's absolutely necessary to sort of reset the entire ecosystem in the current price range, which is foundational to go to the next 10x. So I would say just chill and wait because it's coming.
Maybe to speak to what's coming, Xander, what have you seen institutionally in this space besides maybe just adoption of buying Bitcoin?
Yeah, so the big driver, especially as we zoom out, I love this the touch point on everyone getting all excited about a price drop from 120 plus down to where we're sitting right now, stagnant 95. I think 6 years ago everyone was oh, we're going to break 60, we're going to get to 70. So I totally agree with the zoom out and just keep DCAing and holding. On the macro side and what we're saying, so by way of background, I help run a company that focuses on infrastructure for large institutions. So we do wallets, we do institutional grade custody. And this year, obviously regulation has been a massive driver for institutional adoption. And that's the broad spectrum, but specifically as it relates to the Bitcoin ecosystem, for one, we have companies now coming onto the table that 5 years ago I used to beg to try to get a dream of a conversation with. I mean, think about tier one banks, think about IBMs of the world, these large scale institutions, and the distribution that they have. For instance, we signed a deal with IBM where they fully white labeled our infrastructure and they created their entire own digital asset infrastructure product called Digital Asset Haven, which means every single IBM customer in the world, whether it's a financial institution, whether it's a government, all has access now natively within either their on-prem environment and their HSMs or their cloud environment as well. Then they can have access to this Bitcoin wallet, and all I have to do is flip it on. So these are things that we're starting to see more and more of, not only at the tier one banks that are all looking now into buy, sell, hold use cases, and then all the additional, I always call it like orange pilling for the institutions, where it's going to start with the craze of, okay, we want interoperability for stablecoin or whatever it might be, and then it's all kind of piggybacking into this vertical of like, we know that Bitcoin, not only as a treasury asset, but also as the utility function, whether that's global payments for remittance or other use cases, these are starting to come up more and more and more. So it's a very exciting time, and I think 2025 was an unbelievable inflection point for institutional adoption of the asset class entirely. And everything we're seeing now, whether it's European guidelines with MiCA or everything that's happening with the Genius Act here in the US and Latin America, they're all replicating a lot of the MiCA standard. We're seeing this just rapid increase in the adoption cycle at scale, and that's all backed to start with the infrastructure to be able to support it, whether that's how governance is concerned in terms of internal policies or signatures, and that ownership of that actual underlying key structure. So yeah, I think it's going to be a very, very exciting 2026.
Well, speaking of 2026, maybe Ben, why would Bitcoiners, or why should they be excited about Bitcoin treasury companies, maybe even versus ETFs? Let's say they have already Bitcoin. Are they excited about it because maybe non-Bitcoiners are going to be interested in these products, or should they be excited about it because they can use these things in their own lives?
Yeah, certainly. And I think one of the big things that came out over the last year when treasury companies emerged is people thought that treasuries are a replacement of Bitcoin. I think that that's what they really thought that the ethos was people were telling you, don't buy Bitcoin, buy treasury companies. And that's just not the case. Like even in my own personal life, right, Bitcoin's always going to be the foundation. right? If it works for a corporation, if it works for a country, it's going to work for me as an individual. So the foundation should always be Bitcoin. What treasury companies are going to offer are different flavors of exposure and access from different types of investors. And I think in 2026, you're going to see a lot of scaling start to happen, right? The first year, I would say it was more about people just emerging into the market and giving the markets kind of a master class in what finance looks like. You know, he brought up a conversation about capital structure. You were never hearing conversations about capital structure from retail investors, probably until this year, I would say. I mean, what Saylor's been building really does put a highlight to what a capital structure for a corporation looks like. Most people would never know. But what I think you're seeing this year is the pivot, and you are starting to see the emergence of the digital credit products coming into the market, and I think those are really transformational. When you look at the age of a lot of the investors out there in the market, you have this massive swath of people that are starting to reach retirement and move more towards the fixed income portion of their portfolio. And if you look at things like the traditional draws you'd put on a portfolio in retirement, they tell you 4 to 5%, and then you'll be set forever. If you're able to blend in products, you might just see that, you know, a stretch offers 11% or a SAID offers 12.25%. If those products blend in and raise the average that you're generating out of the fixed income, that's a massive change to people's lives. And if you can do it while managing the volatility, which is what scares a lot of people away from Bitcoin, you can make a real difference in that capital still onboarding into the Bitcoin network, which I think is very important. You know, something I look at and I've thought about a lot is when you get somebody like Satoshi who creates something like Bitcoin and then walks away and you give Bitcoin as a gift to the world, nobody in here as an individual gets to tell everybody else how to use that gift, right? It was a gift. And we're going to see building on top of this. And what I want to see is Bitcoin intertwined into the fabric of our financial markets, of our capital markets, because I think the more structurally important and the more you can facilitate that transition off of fiat rails and onto Bitcoin, the more unassailable the asset's going to become. So I see this evolution as being very important. What I also see are companies that are likely major players in the future. You know, you ask yourself, there's a lot of discussion about companies that have put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. Are they trading at a premium? Are they trading at a discount? You know, the first thing is they put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. Massive step. If it's right for you as an individual to hold Bitcoin as your core capital asset and as your money, it's the right idea for businesses. I think what a lot of people want to see is traditional businesses that they're used to also coming and putting it on there. But I see the structured finance component of this as being massive. And I think you'll see more large players. You've got MetaPlanet, who's starting to step into this in Japan, who's going to help bring new yield-type products to the Japanese markets, which have been starved for yield forever. You know, I just think that we're going to see an evolution that probably none of us expected. And the companies that are capitalizing themselves on Bitcoin today, if you look 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, if you have even a moderate belief in what Bitcoin's going to do and how important it's going to be, having a balance sheet full of capital is never going to be the wrong answer. Because I don't know what the world looks like in 10 years. I don't know what the world looks like in 20 years. But I know having the soundest capital on earth is the right choice.
The world's obviously changing very quickly, and we're getting all sorts of new terminology, Bitcoin yield per share, different things like that. So, Mark, I have to ask you, is digital credit a gift and or a curse?
That's a good question. This is how I probably would choose to answer that question. If you go back 100 years, 1929, 1970, 83, 88, 96, 2000, 2008. Those are all cataclysmic events in the traditional financial system. Great Depression, Volcker shock, S&L crisis, etc. Every single one of those events only had one thing in common. They were all credit events, leverage and credit. And so the idea that somehow we can build a future of Bitcoin involving credit, I think is dangerous. What I also think is, again, in the family office environment, we're thinking in terms of generations, like probably all of you are as well. What will stand the test of myself and my kids and my grandkids? And I know two things. Number one, if Bitcoin, when Bitcoin becomes the most important asset financially in the world, And if there are publicly traded companies that primarily own that, and that's their sole business, people will say, well, they'll be the biggest company in the world, and they will clap their hands for that. What they don't think about is that if that's true, those companies will then become GSIFs. That's an acronym, GSIF, Globally Systemic Important Financial Institutions. And what does that mean? Those only exist within a highly regulated regulatory perimeter, right? So again, we've now ceded our liberation, we've ceded our fiat that we could put into personal, individual, sovereign, perpetual, forever, individually held, self-custodized property. And now we're in a GSIF in the perimeter of the SEC, the OCC, the FDIC, the CFTC, and that, as we think long-term generationally, is not a good trade.
So, Alex, do you think the DATs and the Bitcoin ETFs and these things are evidence that Bitcoin is eating Wall Street, or is Wall Street eating Bitcoin?
Okay, so that's an interesting question, but I'm going to answer it perhaps in a different way than you're thinking. Mark, I'm going to say that you are obviously a very sovereign-minded individual, right? We have this massive regulatory environment. It's probably going to keep continuing unless it, for some reason, doesn't continue. So, irregardless of how all this pans out, whether we add more Bitcoin to that system or not, that system will probably continue unless it doesn't continue. I think the only way it doesn't continue is if enough people get to the point where they're shunting massive amounts of economic energy into a system that doesn't continue to feed that system. Okay, so I guess my point with that is that to me it doesn't matter one way or another because that system will continue to exist. I think that we're talking about scaling Bitcoin. Earlier today there was a panel where Gary Cardone was saying that like the rest of the world doesn't necessarily see Bitcoin the way some of us from the early days of Bitcoin see Bitcoin. The first couple of generations of people that came to Bitcoin, yeah, the Cypherpunks originally, and then you have like what I call the sovereign finance individuals that came to Bitcoin. I think that's most of the cohort here. For the rest of the world, they don't get that. Like there's a very small percentage of the human population that actually thinks that way. Right? So I'm of the belief that as ambassadors for Bitcoin, we have to start meeting people where they are and understanding where they're coming from and understand that there is the reason that all of these different financial products exist, the credit products, the derivatives, they exist because there is a wide spectrum of investors and they all have different needs. A sovereign investor is going to have certain kinds of needs. An individual is going to have certain kinds of needs. A family office is going to have certain kinds of needs. An institution with fiduciaries is going to have very, very different needs, right? So, and then you have central banks and you have all the other things, right? So I don't think the derivative thing is going to go away. Derivatives have been with us for a really long time. Our entire system is constructed of derivatives, essentially. The US dollar, what is a derivative? Let's talk basic stuff. A derivative means that something is derived from something else. Orange juice is derived from an orange. You might say an orange is the underlying base asset, right? And orange juice is the derivative, is one way to look at it. The US dollar is a derivative of gold. Nowadays, it's based on trust, but like you're starting to see all of these things happening where stable coins is like the big deal. It's what they're all arguing about as far as for the Genius Act and the banks are arguing against allowing interest and all this. And you're starting to see all these competing things. You've got certain families that have their own coins that they're issuing. You have all this stuff going on, and across the spectrum you see all these institutions that used to laugh at Bitcoin. The IMF used to laugh at Bitcoin. The central banks used to laugh at this. And now they're all deeply investigating it, right? And they're at the point now where they're looking at it and going, okay, this is not going away. And it's continuing to gain traction, right? The IMF first started laughing at it. They're like, ha, 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 you Bitcoin people. And they're like, well, it's only for criminals. Only criminals use Bitcoin, right? And now they're like, we're making our own. Or this, I'm talking about like the European Union, right? The CBDC thing. So they're now they're not on board with Bitcoin, but they're at the point where they realize it's not going away and they better get with the program somehow. So this is what I call the climbing Mount Stupid phase. Lots of people who get exposed to Bitcoin go through this phase. They find Bitcoin, they're like, this is really interesting. I want to get in on this action. I'm going to make my own coin. I'm going to make my own stable coin, make my own this, make my own that. And you're seeing it happen at the nation level now. They're all climbing Mount Stupid. You know what they're all going to figure out eventually is? There's only one that has no issuer. There's only one that is truly neutral. There's only one that can't be gamed by some other person controlling a centralized system. So my view is that if you look 20, 30, 50 years out, I think Bitcoin is going to become the de facto base layer, pristine collateral asset for the digital financial system, which will be composed of tons of derivatives. And whoever owns Bitcoin today, my opinion, may sound crazy, but I think you guys are going to be the Rockefellers and the JP Morgans of the future.
Obviously not financial advice, but Mark, like, when you said your family office has 10% allocated to Bitcoin, how do they think about the other 90%?
Yeah, I mean, this might be an unpopular opinion, but there are opportunities for alpha outside of Bitcoin. Please hold your booze and just talk to me after. Once you get to a certain level, you have to think about a lot of issues: tax, liquidity, income, custody, trusts, generations, offshore, onshore, slats, grats. We are with one of the largest traditional wealth private banks in the world. Every year they publish a family office allocation report, and it shows us within, it's city, I'll just say it's city. So globally, city family offices are at 0 allocation, 0. So we're at 10. So I take solace in that. However, we still believe that what makes America great outside of Bitcoin is the capitalistic nature of our financial system, which is built upon the laws of reaping and sowing, right? The liquidity event that created the family office was a blue-collar background and a private equity exit. So it was a blue-collar, work your butt off, generate a product, create profit, pay people, pay out to shareholders. And that's one of my largest issues just theologically with the DAT. Because in theory, the primary business model, the primary service or product is dilution of common equity holders. And I don't think that over time, using the law of reaping and sowing, if your primary model is selling your own stock to pay the preferreds to go buy more Bitcoin in the name of something called MNAV, BTC per share. Like, I remember when it was like not crypto, Bitcoin. Now it's not crypto, not Bitcoin, DATs. Like, when did that happen? So if your primary business model product is dilute the common to pay the preferreds, to acquire Bitcoin, to pump the MNAV, BTC yield, PTC per share narrative, which is a psyop for return on equity, we do not believe that that is an investment that we want to make. And we're not going to allocate a dime to that. To go back to your question, again, there are other options outside of Bitcoin, but I've gone way over my time and I apologize.
Do you think maybe Strategy's approach of never selling Bitcoin and capturing profits from the trade, if they were to sell a small amount of Bitcoin to show that they're capturing profits from the carry trade that they're performing, would that change your point of view?
I don't want to just take over this. I'll just say this: every week when my Twitter says X company, no offense, X company has acquired 13,000 Bitcoin, and Bitcoin Twitter erupts and claps. Oh, that's 13,000 Bitcoin that my kids will never be able to individually, sovereignly hold as personal, decentralized property. I weep when a corporation whose only model is to sell equity and dilute common shareholders, that they took 13 Bitcoin out of circulation forever. However, if a company that generates profits, who has a legit product or service, chooses to allocate their capital to Bitcoin, I am definitely much less averse to that idea. So if Tesla or other companies want to sell Bitcoin to fund a CapEx project, c'est la vie.
Let's switch to gold.
I think Xander's actually due for a question.
Well, Xander,
this is not my panel.
Xander, what do you see maybe coming through in 2026 for institutional adoption?
Well, first I want to go back to, what did you call it? Mount Stupid?
Climbing Mount Stupid.
Yeah, I'm going to use that for sure. That's amazing. So again, like going back, and again, don't mean to be too high level with a lot of this commentary from my side. Another key area that, if you think about regional finance in this country, which represents roughly more than half of the United States citizens in this country belong to a credit union. Right now, 5% of their monthly deposits are leaving, and they're going to things like, the Coinbases of the world, where they can have access to these digital assets at large. So now what's happening is we're seeing a rush from regional finance in this country to adopt infrastructure to be able to support and then keep their deposits within their own environment. So there's a lot of, I would say, levers that are being pulled, and a lot of people don't even see a lot of this. I mean, how many people in this room have heard what I said about IBM earlier? Has anyone even heard this news? Yeah, so these are things that are happening at the infrastructure level that I think 2026 is really going to bring to the forefront. Just so you guys know, 75% of every single financial transaction that happens crosses an IBM mainframe at some point, whether it's the initiation, the throughput, or by the very end. So just by that and these activations, we're seeing more adoption from, think of companies like some of the largest consulting agencies or, technology infrastructure companies, traditional, that are now adopting digital asset strategies, because not only is it something that they're saying, okay, there's a business here, but it's also recognizing the fact that this market changed in 365 days due to the regulatory environment. So it's now, what I mentioned earlier, I've been in the Bitcoin space building infrastructure for a long time. These companies, they're not doing it by the sense of, okay, we're now orange-pilled and we're ready to necessarily jump all the way in, but they're doing it from a business-centric side first. And climbing Mount Stupid is a really great way to say this, because sure, they're gonna mess around, they're gonna do stablecoin initiatives, they'll probably do some altcoins and everything like that, but I think all roads inevitably lead to, where is the actual asset class, or the asset in particular, that can be that financial instrument that the hope of gold once was. So Bitcoin, again, there's it's a very simple supply-demand economic structure where there's a fixed supply, and all of this is momentum up as it's just a demand-driven price target. So it'll be interesting to see not only how the institutional adoption continues to grow broadly, but also how that starts to get realized more into the price, because right now the price is not reflecting anything that's actually happening on the institutional infrastructure side. And then the debate between DATs and treasury companies, I think that's a very prevalent debate within Bitcoin right now. But we'll start to see these instruments, I'm sure, continue, and then we'll also see, to your earlier point, I think the companies that are adding into the balance sheet in a way that benefits their entire market cap, and also strategically for maybe it's just to have a timeless balance sheet. I think we'll see inevitably more of that. And say what you want about DATs, I think what Michael Saylor has done is open the eyes of the institutional world in a way that it's a humongous advantage, not only for everybody that's been early in Bitcoin, as price will continue to appreciate, but also from the perspective of institutions are now at the table, and it takes massive movers at one point, like a Michael Saylor, who has done he's moved miles for not only the adoption of Bitcoin globally, but also bringing Bitcoin into a legitimized, TradFi world, which I know sounds a little contradictory, as we live in a very, this room, Bitcoin is very decentralized, but it will continue to be Bitcoin. If you want to buy Bitcoin, it's still the best way to buy Bitcoin is buy Bitcoin. It's not going to be buy a derivative of it, in my opinion.
Mark, maybe we'll have some fun with this. If you were running a Bitcoin treasury company, what would be your vision? Let's say we handed you strategy today as is.
Michael Saylor is a genius. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he is. What he's been able to do financially, I would agree. No human being on earth over the last 5 years has done more for Bitcoin than him. Full stop, all respect, tip of the cap, 100%, 100%. But as someone who spends, like, I'm in the family office world, right? We're looking at opportunities. Opportunities are problem solvers, they're products or services that meet a need in the marketplace, that have a functional business model, whose model is to generate profits and distribute profits to shareholders through toil, reaping, and sowing. So if I was a CEO, if I said, hey, let's turn into a DAT, I'd say, okay, how will we actually be able to differentiate ourselves besides who has the coolest preferred, who can do a put option call spread and kind of generate yield that way? How can we have an actual business, a cash flowing business that redistributes, repurposes, reallocates investor capital, EBITDA, net income, whatever you want to call it, into Bitcoin? I haven't given that any thought because I've never actually thought about doing that, your question. But I think if there is going to be a 2.0 of what we have with DATs, the answer probably should be a cash-flowing business that figures out how to take all that generated capital, all of that return, and pour it into Bitcoin, but again, meets an actual need in the marketplace.
I don't know, we definitely have maybe 5 minutes for Q&A if anybody has any questions. Yes.
I can take it as one of the companies. You know, so far we haven't, and it largely follows the logic that Strategy's had at the moment, where when you're operating as a fiduciary to shareholders, no matter how infantilely small the possibility is, what you don't want to do is open yourself up to a direct honeypot and have people focus on your individual addresses. Now, in Bitcoin, there's a lot of the addresses that get discovered anyways, right? Anyone who's ever been out on an Arkham or anything, people are clever, they're finding these addresses, they're publishing them regardless. But, you know, Saylor said before, they'll do proof of reserves when they can do it with like a zero proof where they don't have to put the actual address out there. You've got a divide around that at the moment, and I think all of us are looking at that because with the ethos of Bitcoin, you would like to be able to do that proof of reserves and just have it be transparent and stay with the transparency of Bitcoin. I think that's a great outcome. This is all very new at the corporate level, right, to the point, which is why there becomes so much passion both for and against it, right? This is completely new that's out there. We're all treading through this territory. I think you'll start to see it trend that way over time, is the honest answer. I think in the early days, I think, you know, you're using these qualified custodians, you're making sure you're mitigating your risk. Part of the issue with how you have to do custody as a corporation is you have to be able to put risk controls in place to make sure that no individuals within the organization can take an action on their own that could adversely affect your shareholders. So we'll see this evolve, and I think that there's going to be people that create solutions along with this that make that a reality and make it very easy for everybody to do that.
Yeah, I'll add to that. I completely agree, especially sharing, like you said, all the addresses already been, you can just see, like, someone says they're going to buy 13 million Bitcoin, you could usually track where it is. 13,000 Bitcoin, sorry. The other side of the way to do proof of reserves as well is to look at the custodian. So in these omnibus models, which means the custodian is pooling together all the Bitcoin that they hold for all of their customers, it's not of a very clear understanding. If you have a segregated wallet and you're at this custodian, that's one way to do it at a high level, where even just by saying, okay, our custodian, at the custodian level, we have a segregated wallet, we can verify that. But I totally agree. There's also something called dusting. So if a publicly traded company lists their public address and everybody in this room is like, let's send them some love. They then have to go report that and figure out how to send that money, what to do with that money. That's now a regulatory issue. So the proof of reserves thing, I think, we're seeing it with a lot of, like, the Texas bill, there's a proof of reserves. I think the way that's going to have to happen is going to be it's going to come from the regulatory side, and then there'll be, you know, safeguards to, I think, everything that you're mentioning.
Yeah, dusting was always very interesting because all of a sudden you start seeing these mini micro donations showing up in your wallets. And, you know, but yeah, what they're doing is throwing little dust into there, and they're trying to track that wallet as it starts to move. So it happens, you know, every time a new wallet gets spun up.
And I don't know if you guys have discussed this at Strive or you have any thoughts on strategy, but would any of these companies start a Bitcoin trading desk, like Goldman Sachs style, and start to commander and see a lot more of the flow and sort of maximize and monetize the deal flow that way?
It's possible over time. I mean, I still think we're just so early in this journey that for the companies that have gotten out of the gate now, you're looking for what is the biggest opportunity in front of you. And you're trying to evolve ways for people who might not natively find Bitcoin on their own to still get some of the benefits of what Bitcoin provides. And so for us right now, like we do see the credit market, and I know Mark thinks differently about this, we see that as a massive opportunity where you can bring the value of Bitcoin to individuals in their real life through the dividends that are coming out there, and that can make a material difference, and it's a massive, massive market, right? There's one thing you can ignore, which is that credit is a huge, huge market. So much capital, trillions and trillions of dollars. And so we see that right now as being the big opportunity that we should hyper-focus on, because we think you can bring a huge benefit to common individuals' lives, people who might not be able to take that step and take on the volatility of Bitcoin. You know, to Mark's point about dilution, right? Dilution became this word that comes up now with these companies because, yes, you are issuing shares at a premium, you're capturing a spread, you're raising the book value underneath each of those shares. Where we probably differ is I view both the common equity and the preferred equities as products. You don't realize how much of the financial markets run on volatility. If you go to Wall Street and you go to any one of those shops down there, what they're looking for is the best asset to provide them their returns that they need to achieve. Bitcoin was incredibly unique in that manner, right? This was a very volatile asset. It moved a lot, but you didn't really have the vehicles that gave them the ability to trade constantly and to be able to make those profits and outperform their peers. This is massive in the hedge fund space. And now you're starting to see that. So what I have with my common equity is because, you know, we're effectively amplified or levered long to Bitcoin, however you want to phrase it, our equity is actually more volatile than Bitcoin. Same thing strategies was. It was more volatile than Bitcoin, which accelerates their ability to meet their mandates. So I agree with Mark's utopia of I would love for Bitcoin to have become this complete grassroots where it's all individuals taking over the money on a short time frame. But I think there's also a reality that we have a world and a structure out there that needs to be onboarded, needs to be transitioned, and I'm not going to look at that reality and stay away from it. I see a way to bring capital into the Bitcoin network, and we can disagree on the way that that is done, right? And I think you will see the cash flowing businesses coming out that have the Bitcoin balance sheets, and when we see a lot of that, we should applaud like heck. Because Bitcoin belongs on every balance sheet. You don't have to be a DAT to have Bitcoin on the balance sheet. I think it belongs on every corporate balance sheet that exists. And so we're going to see the evolution happen. For now, you know, we're focused on our lane. We believe digital credit to be a very transformative product. We can bring yields out to the market that most people can't because of the power of Bitcoin, because of where we are on that adoption curve. But you're going to see 1,000 different models for how people integrate Bitcoin into their businesses and the types of businesses that they create with it.
Okay, guys, I got one more question out here, and then we gotta go and move to the next panel. So,
okay, I had too many questions, but I guess it's going to be more of a comment than a question at this point because you guys went into so many topics. A couple of points. I do believe that credit is going to be $1 trillion market on corporate level and individual level. Look, even we just saw the digital natives, right? Like they're going to be, you know, transacting in digital money, crypto, and for example, I even worked on a project like credit history, right? You can't just look at the fiat part of the system and discount the digital assets part of the system. And just going back to Saylor, I think many people, I think Mike is fantastic. I think he's the monster marketing machine for Bitcoin. Having said that, I think the truth is in the middle, and I think the issue, it's not the what and the how. And I do believe that, you know, Bitcoin and digital assets belong to a balance sheet, but every company has, you know, different risk appetite and liquidity and all of those things. But in addition to that, I think the issue is the proof of reserves, that there is a way of doing it, but because of what happened on Wall Street, many companies lost trust with audit firms. Like we heard so many issues when they're doing audits and those. I mean, I work for all Big Four, so I was there. I know how it's done. But I do believe that regulation is going to catch up, but also I do think that an average investor, I don't care if you put in 5K or 10 million, and this is where I agree with Mark, they want to have full transparency, and proof reserves is critical because I'm not taking somebody's word for it. And in my experience, I'm not taking even Big Four word for it because I want to see it on chain, and there is a way to do it technically. It's just a question of time, but thank you, guys.
Any comments, guys? One last comment from each of you? Anything?
Yeah, on the concept of proof of reserves, there's lots of products that we use today that we just basically go on the word of the auditors. I hear you. And as Bitcoiners, the whole Bitcoiner ethos is don't trust, verify, right? And I get it. I feel that way. I get you. And it's also human nature to want transparency, to understand these types of things. But I also can see the flip side of that in that from a security perspective, you may not want to have that information out there in the public. And as humans, we just want to know, and I saw this I used to run a physical gold fund out of Switzerland for 8 years, and we had physical vaults and the whole thing. And even back then, you saw this thing where humans were like, I want to go to the vault and I want to see the gold myself to know that you guys have it, right? I understand that. But the thing is that with that, every human that goes to the vault, they now know its physical location. They can look at it. They can see the kind of defenses and security that the vault has. And every single time you do that, you're increasing the attack surface, right? So
we got to cut this off, guys.
We'll take this offline, guys.
Yeah, we're going to give them a round of applause. Round of applause. Hey, they're going to be... these guys will be around. They're going to hang out with us for the evening, so you can talk to them out in the hallway or over the breaks. And let's get the next panel up. Wesley.
Hello. All right. Give these guys another round of applause. All right. So we've talked a lot about building balance sheets. We've talked a lot about buying Bitcoin, transacting in Bitcoin, on-chain technicals. Now we're going to talk about actually producing Bitcoins with proof of work. So we have Matty Ice, who's going to be leading this next stage around Bitcoin mining. How are you doing, Danny? Good to see you, man.
Likewise.
Hey, Bob. How are you doing?
How are you? Good to see you.
Wesley. It's Wesley.
How's everybody liking the conference so far? Yeah. Great job, John, with Bitcoin Day over there. Got to give him a shout out. This is quite a venue, quite an experience, quite a spread of food and desserts, and great job, man. Great job. So today I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about mining. A lot of people they hear this word mining and they're unsure what that means. I've got three friends up here that are very down the rabbit hole. My goal for this panel is to have some beginner questions, so no matter where you're at on your mining journey, even if you've never even heard the word before, this is your first Bitcoin conference, you'll get something from this panel. And then we'll cover some intermediate topics that if you are a little bit more educated on mining, then you'll find some interest there as well. So I'm Matty Ice. I'm the host of the Cypherpunk'd podcast. I'm the CEO of a company called Consensus Protocol, as well as Curated Mining. And I've got my three guests here. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
Sure. My name is Danny Condon. I'm Chief Revenue Officer at Blockware. We're a Bitcoin mining as a service company, so we sell ASICs to individual and institutional investors, own and operate and lease space in data centers throughout the United States. And in short, we make Bitcoin mining, the business opportunity of Bitcoin mining, accessible to everybody.
I'm Bob Burnett. I'm the CEO and founder of Barefoot Mining, also on the board of directors at Ocean. At Barefoot Mining, we specialize in off-grid mining, so we do a lot of our own power production using hydroelectric, natural gas, anaerobic digestion, things like that. And I also run something called the Barefoot Bitcoin Fund, which invests in mining projects as well as ecosystem companies.
My name's Bo Turner. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Abundant Mines, and we are a hosted Bitcoin mining company. So people come to us to mine Bitcoin in a hands-off way with renewable energy, tons of education, and wherever we can, the most impact that we can possibly have on our communities. And we're based in Oregon and have 8 sites operating in Oregon now.
All right, Bo, my first question here is for you. I've heard this word mining and ASIC and all this stuff. What is mining and what is a miner?
So the original way to acquire Bitcoin was through mining. You couldn't buy Bitcoin from anybody in the first couple of years that the network existed. And so mining is the original way for you to take any form of energy and turn it into this asset that we call Bitcoin. And mining is just the process of taking raw energy, running it through a computing process, and then getting this information product that we call Bitcoin. You're effectively taking the transient kilowatt hour and immortalizing it into digital property. And the more efficiently that you can run through that conversion process, the more successful you are as a miner. And ASICs, the Bitcoin miners, are just the most refined tool that we have to this point to execute that process in the most efficient way.
So are you telling me that like Bitcoins can't just be made out of thin air? There can't be just people that decide we're gonna make 50% more Bitcoin? That you actually there's a real energy process that goes into processing transactions and creating the new inflation? Is that what you're saying here?
If there's a way of doing it other than that, I haven't figured it out.
If I could, I'd like to expand on it a little bit. I think there are some things about mining that are worth bringing up right now too, in that really there are 3 functions of the mining process. One is the issuance, and that's the main thing I think people think about with mining today. And it's the way in which Bitcoin comes into circulation. That's what Bo is referring to. Interestingly, I just did some calculations earlier this week, and on approximately March 9th of this year, the 20 millionth Bitcoin will go into circulation. And if you're in this room, you probably know there's only going to be 21 million ever, right? So what does that mean, though? 20 million of the 21 million will already be out there as of March 9th, which also means that the miners, as the issuers, as that part of the function, is about 95% complete. Right? And there's another 110 years or so for the rest to come out. But there are 2 other things that miners do that I think are important, and I don't want to go too deep on them, but one is signaling. So you heard Luke talk earlier today about I think there was actually a question from the audience about BIP 110, also called BIP 444, and things like SegWit and Taproot. They are signaled or voted on through the mining process. So if you are a miner, it gives you the opportunity to participate in deciding where the protocol goes. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is if you're a miner, then you become part of the block production process. And a block, when it's created, the creator of the block decides what transactions go into that block. It's a very powerful position, right? Because there may be, not right now, right, but there could be 1 million transactions in the mempool. And if you're a miner, then you're going to pick the roughly 3,000 or 4,000 out of that 1 million that are going to come into the next block. And it's very important. And as we go forward, as I said, the days of Bitcoin mining being about issuance are numbered. And so these other 2 functions become ultimately what mining is really about. And miners have to learn how to monetize, not so much the signaling, that would actually sounds pretty bad, to monetize the signaling, but to monetize that next piece, which is block space production.
So to reiterate what he just said here, when you submit a transaction on Bitcoin, it isn't immediately processed. It goes to this place called the mempool, and it sits there until the next Bitcoin block is solved by a miner. And there can be a lot of transactions sitting there, and the miner decides, usually based on financial incentives, whoever is paying the highest fee, what transactions to put in the next block on the blockchain. So there is fee revenue from that process that is earned by the miners, right? In addition to the perfectly known inflation rate of new Bitcoins coming into existence. Bob, just a quick follow-up on that. Can you explain what hash rate is?
What is hash rate?
Hash rate, yeah.
Okay, well, boy, I'll try to do this succinctly. So a hash is a function, a cryptographic function that takes we use something called SHA-256, I think, as most people probably know. And what that does is it takes a known set of, or it takes any input of data and outputs through the function a fixed number, in our case, a 256-bit number. And a small change in the data input set, any change in the data input set, creates a dramatic change in the output. And the proof of work process that we go through with Bitcoin requires us to make trillions and trillions of these types of hashes in a very short period of time. I'm trying to remember the number. Like, so what is a zeta hash right now? It's a zeta hash would be, is that a trillion? Going off the top of my head. Something like a trillion hashes per second performed on the network to try to get one of these results. So all of us manage machines that have tremendous amounts of hashing capability every second, and in theory we're competing against each other to win the block.
A quick cap on this, the idea of hash rate when it comes to machines, as time goes on, better machines have what we call higher hash rates. They'll get more efficient. Kind of like you have a new iPhone that comes out every year. It's slightly better. It has better specs, so it can have a slightly higher hash rate. Maybe uses a little bit less electricity. Danny, this question is for you, my man. Why would I want to mine instead of just buy Bitcoin? Does mining still make sense for the little guy? Say I'm just one guy at my house. Could I still mine Bitcoin?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So there's a lot of noble reasons why you would want to mine Bitcoin. I'll hit this more from kind of the business case perspective. So first of all, passive income, right? So when you're mining Bitcoin, what you're doing on an operating basis is you're effectively constantly accumulating Bitcoin at a discount to the spot price of Bitcoin. So you can go on an exchange and you can purchase Bitcoin at $95,000 of Bitcoin, right? Or you could mine it with the most efficient ASICs at a reasonable energy price for $60,000, $65,000 per Bitcoin. So that spread is effectively constant. You're constantly dollar cost averaging and purchasing Bitcoin at a discount, all right? The second point is it's an excellent accumulation strategy, right? You're generating passive income that's denominated in Bitcoin, and then you can hodl it. You've got your own treasury strategy that you want to run. The third, and this is kind of a boomerang that came back as frankly a very significant kind of incentive, is with the passing of the big beautiful bill this summer, right? It brought back year 100% bonus depreciation. And what that means is that you can, so it's very tax efficient. You can, rather than paying the federal or state government taxes, you can take that capital and you can purchase Bitcoin mining servers, ASICs, and you can deduct that against your income. So basically the short of it is, would I rather pay the government, or would I rather go buy money printers? Right? So that's something that's been a very significant catalyst as of late.
Let me add one more thing too, which I guess kind of one and a half. One is that if you went out, let's say you had $100,000 right now, and you went out and you bought roughly 1 Bitcoin, your basis on that Bitcoin is $100,000. If you sell it a year from now for $200,000, you have that capital gain. Let's sell it 4 years from now. Let's say instead you invest $100,000 in mining right now. As Danny said, you get the bonus depreciation right now. But as you're accumulating your Bitcoin, working your way back up to the 1 Bitcoin you could have bought now, your cost basis is higher. So that means if you do have to sell later, you have less capital gain exposure than you would had you just bought it at the beginning, in addition to the bonus depreciation.
To expound on it even further, the cost basis can change as it goes, and you might end up with Bitcoin that you have a long-term capital gain on, and it's an even lower tax rate. But if you just buy the Bitcoin, you don't get that 100% depreciation, as opposed to buying the miner itself.
One thing to add there too is the tax stuff is so impactful in a positive way. The tax system is designed to provide incentives, right? It's designed to incentivize investment, right? So as you look at the different marginal tax brackets, there's plays. I mean, people need income to live their life to some degree, right? So it's maybe a little panacea-ish to say, like, take all the money you make and go buy an ASIC. It could be, or many ASICs. It could be, unrealistic. But there's kind of threading the needle into getting from a 35% tax bracket down to a 22% tax bracket on a marginal basis. There's ways to become exceptionally efficient, and ASICs are, I think, the best mousetrap to do this with. It creates this perpetual flywheel of passive income generation and tax efficiency.
One other thing too is, I'm not giving tax advice or legal advice, but if you structure it correctly, there's probably a good chance that nobody knows you've acquired this Bitcoin. So maybe the cost basis doesn't matter that much.
Not tax advice.
Right. Yeah. No comment. Bo, this question's for you. And Bob, feel free to chime in on this as well. I just read the Wall Street Journal, and they said mining is terrible for the environment. What can you tell me about that? Is that an accurate statement?
No. One of the reasons that I got so deeply into mining and so passionate about it was going into schooling, I had the thought that I would be a sustainability engineer. And it's all about finding ways to optimize what we've got with minimal impact and most positive benefit to people. And several years after this was when I was really introduced to the mining FUD. This was like 2021, 22, 23. So I'd been in the space for a while, but really hadn't done the deep dive on mining. And kept seeing all these articles and hit pieces, and it was enough to get me curious. Why are they saying all of these things? And what I found to be true was, contrary to what many of these reporters were saying about Bitcoin mining, I actually saw it as probably the coolest sustainability tool that I had ever come across. This was a way of monetizing and mitigating pollutants, bringing more sustainability and balance to our energy grids, improving the efficiency of our energy system altogether. And there's no emissions. There's no direct emissions from what we do. And so every single point that's ever come up in an article, a study, was just pretty handily debunked. And I'm happy to say that almost none of those are coming out anymore. We've kind of crossed that point in Bitcoin's timeline where there was any validity that people ascribe to these pieces. And I think it's now starting to come around that this is an incredible tool for us, not just to not destroy the environment, but in many cases to rescue situations that otherwise have no real economic solution. Before Bitcoin mining, there was nobody that would see a landfill and go, opportunity. That's something for me to go make money and clean up the world. Before Bitcoin mining, we didn't have that. And in so many contexts, mining is springing up as this not only buyer of last resort, but a solution of first resort to many different scenarios that have no economic way of being resolved.
Yeah, and I'll give you real examples, two from my own company. One, we have a facility in Indiana that sits on the grounds of a dairy farm. I think it's approximately 10,000 head of dairy cattle there. We take the excrement from the cows, feed it into an anaerobic digester, and we produce approximately 2 megawatts of energy every day, 24 hours a day, from the cow shit.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And to be honest, I didn't do it because of the cow shit. I did it because the gas is free. The other project we have, I'll just share real quickly with you, is this is my first off-grid project. We found a hydroelectric facility in South Carolina that had been built in 1888. It had been defunct since 2000. And this was in 2020. And so, but it had what we call good bones. And so we put a couple $1 million into it, but we rehabbed that entire hydroelectric infrastructure. And again, with just the water passing down from the higher regions of South Carolina to the lower regions of South Carolina, we get free energy. So not that I am not environmentally conscious, but my motivations are financial.
I think just kind of putting a bow around that, it's an economic incentive to do good, right? What's the cheapest form of energy on an operating basis? Wind, solar, apparently cow shit, right? But Bob, to his own point there, is not, going through the mud, so to speak, out of the goodness of his heart. He's doing it because there's an economic incentive to do that. So Bitcoin miners are actually a real catalyst to facilitate investment into energy generation that can actually move towards perpetual sustainability, right? The panacea of that. There's a business case here that drives these actions, and the outcome is good. Economic incentives are always going to ultimately win out over nobility quests.
There's a great documentary called Dirty Coin. If anybody's interested in this topic and want to explore, even go further down this rabbit hole, there's a lot of stuff happening in third world countries, in Africa, entire energy production being built out and being financed by miners that is now giving energy and electricity to stranded communities of people. It's honestly pretty fascinating. So check out Dirty Coin if you want to go into that. As we transition to our next segment, this is going to be a little bit more of an intermediate, I would say, some questions and some rabbit holes here. So if you know a little bit more about mining, you might find this more interesting. And even if you don't, listen in. Danny, this one's for you. Let's talk a little bit about the business case for mining and go into that for the outlook of 2026.
Yeah.
You touched on it a little bit earlier, but
sure, yeah. I think this will be a good one to jam on. We can kind of pass the baton back and forth. So I'll build the foundation. So if you think about the profitability equation for mining Bitcoin, which is frankly the incentive for why you would mine Bitcoin from a business case perspective, and I'm thinking about this in dollarized terms, right? The numerator in that equation is Bitcoin price. So I'm long Bitcoin. I want that price to go up. The denominator in this equation is difficulty, or how much hash rate is competing for the same finite amount of Bitcoin that is released approximately every 10 minutes, all right? Peeling the onion back a little bit differently, this is a velocity play. The velocity in which Bitcoin price can move is very high, right? Bitcoin price can move on news. It can go up to 120, 150. It can go down to 50. It can go down to 60. That can happen quickly. The denominator aspect of this equation moves at a slower velocity because there are real-world limitations associated with bringing significant amounts of incremental hash rate onto the network, right? You've got Moore's law as the base case. It becomes harder and harder to double something and double it again because the number becomes so big. But think about the real world inputs to bringing significant incremental hash rate onto the network. You have land, power, infrastructure, hardware. That takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of money to bring that stuff to market. All right, so building that foundation, I think it's all about Bitcoin price outpacing, incremental hash rate, and then profitability increases. So if you're bullish on Bitcoin, it's logical to think the numerator will increase, right? And then I'll pass this off in a second here, but anybody heard of artificial intelligence? Right? Those AI are competing for the same relatively finite energy resources as Bitcoin miners, right? We're seeing publicly traded Bitcoin miners pivoting their infrastructure and their use of power to AI. What does that do? That removes hash rate from the network. And when that happens, the denominator gets smaller, and therefore the profit increases. So I think it's very reasonable and logical to be, bullish looking into 2026 and beyond.
So let me reiterate kind of what you said here. The price of Bitcoin can go up or down very rapidly, right? And over time, historically, it's gone up exponentially. The underlying denominator, which is the cost to build out a physical location, pay the electricians, have the site built, have the permits done, have all of the infrastructure deployed, get the miners, put them there, have them managed. That is a very CapEx, a lot of capital expenditure required to do that. It takes a long time. And if the price of Bitcoin skyrockets, it's not like you can just double the capacity of all that by snapping your fingers. The price of Bitcoin could double in a couple months. It's done that historically many times. You could have an 8-month period where the price of Bitcoin goes from 95,000 to 190,000. That's not that unrealistic, meaning that miner profits would go up. They would more than double because your energy load is constant. And the price of Bitcoin going up increases you're still getting the same amount of Bitcoin, but it increases the profitability of that same Bitcoin you get because you have to sell less of it to pay electricity costs. I'm going to follow up, Danny, just on this question. Fidelity just put out the 2026 report, and they kind of discussed and talked about this, and you brought up this point of AI. All of the stuff that's happening with AI is massively competing with Bitcoin mining, and AI infrastructure, it requires much more knowledge and expertise, and Bitcoin mining also requires a lot of expertise, but the demand for AI compute right now is so insatiable and so profitable that many publicly traded mining companies are pivoting a lot of their infrastructure. They're turning off a lot of their newer generation ASICs, and they're selling or leasing that electrical capacity to all these AI companies that are much higher buyers of that electricity. They just need it now. They don't care what the price is. They need that energy now. So we're seeing a lot of those new ASICs come into the market, which the hash rate was coming down a little bit. It's a possible tailwind, I would say, for Bitcoin mining going into 2026. Do you have any further thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I think you nailed it. And like a hard data point here is 4 of the 5 last difficulty adjustments have been negative. The forecast for the difficulty adjustment in the next probably week is like 5% decrease. Miners are going to get 5% incremental, more Bitcoin, right? So like the thesis, I believe, is sound. And then we're actually seeing the results, backing that thesis. Pass it to you guys on this one.
Yeah, hey, Paul, I had a chart. Is there any chance of putting that up?
We're going to try to make that happen.
So if he can't, but what I've got is a chart. Hopefully we'll be able to share it.
There it is. It's up.
And I can't see it, but I made it, so I know what it says. So what I did was I took all the energy produced, all the electricity produced in the world on a global basis, and I plotted it by price point. And so that's what you'll see is somewhat of a bell curve centered around about 12 cents per kilowatt hour. This is both commercial and residential, and again, it's global. There are about 30,000 terawatt hours of electricity produced on grid on a global basis annually. Now, of those, there's an area called the mining zone that you'll see on there. I categorize that as roughly sub 6 cents per kilowatt hour. I'm talking just the electricity cost, by the way. So if you can't get electricity at that price or cheaper, I mean, I would recommend cheaper, by the way, that you probably should not be in the mining business, at least not for economic reasons. Now, some of that chart, by the way, the very origin part of that chart actually shows negative electricity costs. Now, though that part of the electricity, as well as the, let's say, the sub 2.5 cent energy, is typically not available consistently. So it's brief periods of time where maybe there's excess electricity being produced. It's one of the issues with a lot of the green energy sources. So that energy is attractive for miners because we can adapt to those kind of environments. It's not attractive, by the way, to the AI guys who typically need to run all the time. Now, there's some dispute, Matty and I talked about this chart earlier, as to how big the AI chart really is, how much of that energy is actually viable to them. I would say this probably represents what I would consider to be the long-term future state, that, let's say, the next, if we're looking at 3 or 4 or 5 years out, that you won't see a lot of, let's say, more than 8 or 9 cent energy used there. But what you also see is a big overlap between what I call the AI zone and the mining zone, and that's the most important part. And right now, the AI guys are willing to pay more. Yeah. And so what's happening, Danny mentioned these negative adjustments. Bitcoin mining is starting to lose part of its power allocation against this chart to the AI and the data center world. And so my prediction, it's just a prediction, one guy's guess, is that we're not going to see, at least on grid, a lot of new energy come into Bitcoin for the foreseeable future. What we will see is improvement in ASIC technology. ASIC's actually the chip, not the system. But the efficiency of those chips will improve based on Moore's law. And what that means is that we're probably at best on a 2 to 3 year doubling cycle for hash rate, which is dramatically slower than we've seen in the future. And kind of even to wrap it all back to the economics, that's good for people in the mining business, whether you're a smaller guy that has 5 or 10 or 20 units hosted with Danny or Bo, or you're trying to set up your own commercial operation.
Pretty good answer there. I like that. Yeah, I think what Bob touched on is, on that chart, I think that green area is a lot bigger than what's shown on the chart, because I think the demand for AI right now is just so parabolically insane. I know people paying, on the much higher end of that and still massively profitable renting out compute infrastructure. But let's move along here, Bo. Let's bring you back into the fold here. You've been quiet for a little while. Let's get you cooking again. Talk to us about the real-world implications of mining when it comes to jobs and careers for people, and kind of counter that energy FUD a little bit.
So part of sustainability to me is not just the energy portion, which most people like to focus on, but how sustainable something is for the entire community, the entire all of the stakeholders. And when I think about that specifically as it applies to mining, we do one thing that most people are aware of, which is we use a lot of energy. But what people are not aware of is that we often put these facilities in places where there's not much else in terms of economic opportunity. They're often very rural sites. They're places with low populations, usually not a booming economic hub. And so when we as miners go into these places, we're often one of the biggest impacts on that local community. And I think of the first place where we set up a site as an example of this, where it's a town of 1,000 people, not much going on, declining industry over the last few decades, and they were not utilizing all of their power. They had about 25, 30% utilization on their system, and half of that city's total budget was from their electric utility. And so by going in and making use of what's already sitting there, that's available, not being used, not being optimized. We brought in a revenue source for that city that allowed them to make more of what they already had, essentially double the city's revenue, qualify for grants to actually increase the amount of capacity, add more infrastructure, and attract other types of businesses that essentially they had no opportunity for because they weren't using what they already had. Couple that with, one of the most rewarding things for me is when people want to work in this space, but they don't have the opportunity to. One young kid saw one of our podcast episodes or saw one of our ads on a podcast and noticed that the town and in the B-roll it looked really familiar to him. And so this guy, I use it as an example because he was able to get a job in a space, a technical job, a well-paying job in a space where he wanted to work, but he thought he had to move somewhere else to be a part of it. And he had basically two choices. He could stay and work in grocery because that was about all that was available in that area, or he could move out of his area and contribute to the brain drain that just decimates communities over time. And so this industry is so impactful, not just from the energy standpoint, what we can do for grids, what we can do for waste products, what we can do economically, but also giving a chance for communities that have people, have resources that aren't being utilized, and keeping them where they are and making the most, bloom where you're planted. This gives them a chance to make the most of where they've been brought up and actually be a part of their community and increase the overall economic prosperity and ability to keep jobs and opportunity in the places where people are.
Yeah, to recap what he said here, I think people don't fully understand the second and third order implications of somebody setting up a 20 megawatt mining facility or a 10 megawatt mining facility. The long-term jobs that are created from that, but also the indirect jobs, the contracting company that came and did this, the construction worker that was hired by the company, there could be 20 of them, the people who rent out big equipment to build stuff, the people who bring in dirt and fill, construction, who sell the local electrical supply shop in that town that sells wire and copper, the long-term jobs that are created from people who repair these machines when they go down, the fan companies who produce the fan, the people who make filters and filtration systems. I could go on and on and on and on and on and on for a very long time here, but there is a lot of opportunity created, and a lot of times it's not understood by people. So I think this panel has given a good job of demonstrating some of that, and that's what I was looking for on this panel, to kind of bring you all into the fold here a little bit and take you inside of our world. Before we do Q&A, I have one more question for Bob. We can kind of go quickly on this topic because we're running out of time here, but can you talk about nation-state implication for mining? I know the country of Bhutan is mining for their country, but going forward, how do you see that play out? This will be just kind of a fun question.
Sure. Well, there's two levels to it. Remember when I said, hey, what are the functions of a miner? There's signaling, there's issuance, and there's block space control. So the issuance is obvious, right? A country like Bhutan mining gets Bitcoin, and that's a very common discussion point, building strategic Bitcoin reserves or sovereign wealth funds acquiring Bitcoin. So that's obvious, and it gives them a mechanism to acquire Bitcoin without without being dependent on a third party. So if you think about a very adversarial time, then when you get paid from the Bitcoin network, which is what a miner does, there is no interference. There's no third party that can prevent you from acquiring it. So that's one thing. The second thing is, as these countries acquire more and more Bitcoin, they are going to want to have a say in what happens. So they're going to run nodes, and they're going to want to be part of the block signaling for protocol changes. But the third thing, and I think it's the most important, is that it's my hypothesis. If you've heard me on a podcast, I've talked about it quite a bit. There's several of them out there. But I believe that control of block space will be absolutely essential for economic sovereignty for any country going forward. That a country that does not have the ability to directly control some percentage of block space I think is putting itself in great long-term jeopardy. And so my advice, and I've been able to give it directly to a few different people in different governments around the world is, hey, if you're, I'll just use an example. Israel's not one of them, but I'm going to use it as an example. If you're a country like Israel, you're in a very controversial situation, and you never know whether or not you're going to get kicked off of the global economic system or censored in some way. Well, Bitcoin is your savior. If my advice to a country like Israel, which has about 0.5% of global GDP, is they should be able to produce at least 1 to 2 blocks per week directly themselves, in which they can place whatever transactions they want, which would probably be theirs, to purchase goods or sell goods to other countries around the world. So in a funny way, it's my prediction as we look out more like 10 to 20 years, you'll see almost every country in the world participating as a miner. Initially, it may help to centralize the network in a weird way by actually having a couple hundred different block template creators, but none of them in a position to control the network.
To recap what he says, if Bitcoin is the future global underlying capital asset or money for the world, that all countries, it's decentralized, it's neutral, no one entity controls it. If Bitcoin fulfills that role, there's major game theoretical, priorities that need to be considered by nation states, large corporations, et cetera, to be able to put their transactions and not be censored on that network. Guys, this has been an awesome panel. We got a couple minutes left here. I'm going to open it up for some Q&A. All right.
Okay. It's a little. You guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
All right. No, thank you, everyone. So I appreciate all the time you guys spent today on Bitcoin mining, and great job with the panel as well, the questions. My question is really pertaining to, Bo, what you mentioned earlier, how you're talking about the white glove service, kind of if you can go into a little bit of detail about what that entails, and then from a competitive advantage, just because I come from a financial perspective, Bob and Danny, what do you guys kind of offer in your company when it comes to mining? So it's just really, what's the differentiating points between the three of you? It's kind of a loaded question, but I figure I ask. Sorry,
you
guys.
Want to see an arm wrestling contest?
Here, let me kick this off real quick. We operate a company called Curated Mining, and we will go to these guys and we'll use them to try to find the best possible deal when we're deploying capital. So think about what we do almost like we're kind of like your business partner. We want the best possible deal. And we'll go to these guys and try to work out the best possible deal. We also have, obviously, if you've been in the industry, there's a lot of asymmetry of information, right? So that you would partner with somebody like us, or if you were just wanting a couple machines, if you were at smaller scale, and you just wanted to kind of get into mining, you could go directly to these guys, and you could go directly to these guys anyway. But yeah, I can pass the mic here, and you can all touch on that.
I think we're gonna turn into a pumpkin. This is a good follow-up discussion. All of our businesses are a little bit different, I'd say, but there's a lot of commonality. And what we're all doing is we're enabling individuals to get access to the business opportunity that is mining Bitcoin in a capital-efficient, hands-off capacity, while mitigating risk to the greatest extent possible in doing something that is simple but definitely not easy, right? So TBD, to be. We can pick back up.
There's things that you know, things that you know that you don't know, and then there's things you don't know that you don't know, right? So
how about that?
What I might do that's slightly different from probably, to my knowledge, maybe just about anybody else, is that what I do is every time I bring up a new site, I create a unique LLC. And so my main business model is people coming in as investors into that site. And at this point, I'm almost always the power producer as well. So the investor is buying not only the mining part, but also buying into the power production.
I'll say that among mining companies, there's so many different ways that it's structured, and even among the good ones, there's trade-offs no matter how you go. And I'll just say that the way that we built our company was specifically to solve the problem that my wife and I had getting into the industry, which was not good information, not good communication, not transparent pricing, and then a bunch of extra costs that came in through the experience. And so the way that we designed the model was to be all-inclusive, truly passive, with everything that you could ever need as you navigate the Bitcoin space, especially because so many of the people that we serve have never set up a wallet before, are really looking for that full stack solution to navigate the space and not just convert energy into Bitcoin through mining, but they're looking at the way to navigate the space to convert their life energy into Bitcoin, to properly secure that. And so, you know, there's so many good people that you can work with, and I'll just say that's what we've optimized for, is set it, forget it, all in one.
Yeah, one thing I'll add there, just as advice as you're thinking about this opportunity, this is a risk management exercise. If you set it and forget it and this thing rips, you're going to win, especially now with the tax incentives and financial tools that enable you to, you know, for example, take, you know, loans against Bitcoin. Like, you can crank this thing. So you want to be thinking about risk concentration, geopolitical risk, you know, diversifying locations of machines, liquidity. Do you have the ability to sell machines at some point in time? Lead time, you know, counterparty risk. Pricing is obviously very important, but in many things in life, as many things in life, the lowest price isn't always going to be the best outcome, right? And most folks that entered this space, you don't know what you don't know, to Matty's point. So,
we could do a whole nother 45
minute
panel on this.
I know we're gonna get booted here in a sec, but you know, simple, not easy. Manage risk effectively. You know, pick the right counterparties that can, you know, execute on that mission.
All right, let's get one or two more
No,
questions.
no, that's it.
Oh, that's it? Last
Yeah,
one?
we're going to cut it off. You guys
all
are
right.
out of time. Give them a round of
Thank you all.
applause.
All right, Matty. Rock and roll, brother.
My wife just tell you.
Oh yeah, no, we can do it. No, yeah, we're excited to be a part of it. Please, good shit, boys. What's up, bro? How you doing? All right, yeah, I think for the next time we have a conference, we're going to have to get one of those shepherd hooks so we can start just kind of yanking people off stage. But let's hear it again for the mining panel. It's an underappreciated side of the industry. We are going to be moving now. We've been talking about building your wealth. We've been talking about protecting your wealth. Now we are now focused on your health. It's the only thing you can't really buy, something you have to actually work on. So we are joined by a great panel of people for sound money and sound living. So please give it up for Mr. Kapusis, Dr. Shawn Baker, and there's not names on the panel, but thank you guys. Here you go. Here, Dr. Shawn. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to the panel, guys. I'm joined by some really awesome people that I'm excited to talk to and also for you guys to hear about. Unlike the last few panels, this is not going to be technical at all. It's going to focus more on something that we all have in common, which is our health, taking care of our health, centralized healthcare, and making sure our lives are not just long, but have a good quality of life. So I'll let everyone here introduce themselves, and then we'll get started.
Yeah, thanks for having me here, guys. My name is Dr. Shawn Baker. I am the Chief Medical Officer and co-founder of a company called Rivero Health. We focus on root cause treatment. We get people off medications. We put diseases into remission. And I also am known as the author of the carnivore diet. So I also dabble in eating a lot of meat.
My name is Alfie Oaks, owner and founder of Seed to Table and Oaks Farms.
Yes, give it up to Seed to Table.
Yeah. I hope to see you all at Seed to Table tonight. No, we've been big into organic farming, regenerative farming, and even some of our commercial farming. We've discontinued products like Roundup, glyphosate, and diet has been a big part of the last 20 years of my life of educating people. We have a field trip farm, and I'm actually collaborating with Dan here on putting some wellness domes at the old Oaks Farms location that went underwater in the hurricane. You're maybe, if you're familiar with that location, I'm hoping to do a new store there with an anti-aging kind of biohacking cellular health clinic there soon. And we're all about eating good healthy food and getting rid of the processed garbage that so many people are consuming today.
Hello, my name's Dan Schmidt. I'm a startup entrepreneur. I'm going to be the guy on the panel that nobody knows and maybe nobody will ever know. Or we're going to be very loud here in a few months because we're partnering with Alfie. There's about 4 or 5 sites in Naples. What I've done for the last 25 years is not so much study what makes a body sick, but what makes a society sick. And that's what I want to bring to the table. We have a way that we believe that with what we're setting up here in Naples, we can curate a solution that changes culture. And if we change culture properly, we have the ability to create a new model that makes the old model obsolete. And I think that is exactly in the same realm of what Bitcoin is doing. So we're kind of partners in that, in the same goal. But we're launching this in Naples, and the reason I'm here is just to, I guess, kind of announce that. Talk more about that later.
My name is Ahmad Ammous. I'm a medical doctor. I went down the Bitcoin rabbit hole when I was in medical school, and I sort of understood how corrupt and broken the financial system is, and I started to see the similarities in the medical system. And now I help people get healthy without pills, the natural way, try to help people escape the medical system's matrix.
That's awesome. And earlier we had a panel that was about pattern recognition, and the way I got into learning more about health was Bitcoin first, which opened my eyes more towards a health-conscious lifestyle, which is actually when I saw Med's brother and Baker's podcast they did together, and that's when I became a carnivore because it just made common sense. Because right now in the healthcare system, we live in let's treat the symptom, not the actual underlying disease. And I want to just hear more on your thoughts on that, Dr. Baker.
Yeah, sure. So I spent 20 years as a practicing orthopedic surgeon. Did thousands and thousands of surgeries. Never gave too much thought about how nutrition impacted my patients, other than making sure they weren't completely nutrient deficient prior to bringing them to the operating room. Well, like every other surgeon in my situation. Our healthcare system is unfortunately perversely incentivized. We don't have drugs that cure disease. We have drugs that treat disease. And there's a very critical distinction between those two concepts. And there's a very significant financial difference between those as well. As you guys see, more and more drugs are developed. The more drugs we have, the more disease we have to treat. And we create markets with disease. I would say, within the Bitcoin community, one thing you always hear about is time preference. Wait, have patience. Well, that's wonderful and all, and having good financial health is certainly correlated with good health. But if we don't take care of our health, all that waiting and low time preference is not going to be worth it, because if you end up 67 years old and I can't tell you how many patients like this that were just spending all of their free time going from doctor appointment to doctor appointment to doctor appointment. That is, in my view, almost 100% avoidable if you are willing to do a little bit of work and basically give up some of the stuff that might seem convenient, might seem temporarily pleasurable, but by doing that, you greatly improve your quality of life.
Yeah, so it sounds like the Bitcoin ethos of having a lower time preference is counter to the normal processed, ultra-processed food that we are eating in our society. And it's as a Bitcoiner, we want to live long, like Dr. Baker said. Not only do we want to live long, we want to be healthy long, so we can not only get our financial gains, but also enjoy having that financial wealth. Alfie, how did you get into regenerative farming and that entire story?
Well, so actually, I started my business selling out of a pickup truck, opened my first little retail store when I was 18, and just started farming a little bit of tomatoes and strawberries to just have a U-pick. And then I did pretty well with that, and the next year did the first commercial farm. But when I first started farming, being a first-generation farmer, having a few friends in North Fort Myers, where I went to high school there, I just started out farming kind of what I call now the poison farming. I was just farming with a lot of harsh chemicals, and that was what I knew. I was really just getting into it to make money and make product. And there's a good story in there, but not knowing what I was doing farming gave me a kind of a short season of 3 or 4 years until I went broke as I got bigger farming. I actually made a lot of money the second year. I went to Honduras and bought tomato fields and made a bunch of money, came back and tried to do a large operation and failed, and got out of farming for a while. In the meantime, my father started growing a little small 5-acre farm, and he was doing it all organically. He'd got into that because my mother had got sick, and with Addison's disease, he felt it was from the bad food that she had been eating. And he got into it, and when I got back into farming about 10 years after that, he had convinced me to look at the farming a different way, and we went into it growing with all organics. And now we have some regenerative farms, we have organic farms, and I even have product that we grow for public supermarkets, and that's not like all organic, but we're not using glyphosate. We're not using a lot of the harsh chemicals. We hand weed and do things like that, but we've actually found that it's economically feasible to do it that way. Sometimes the labor might be more, but we're not spending a bunch of money. The chemicals that, in my opinion, are going to the wrong companies. You know, the same companies that are getting us sick with all this, with the food industry, are the same companies that own the chemical industry that for the farming, the same companies that are selling the pharmaceuticals. It's all the same blob of companies that are capitalizing on you basically from cradle to grave. So I'm trying to do my part in helping people break that cycle and get back to eating real food, which I eat a mostly carnivore diet. I'm not all carnivore diet by any means, but what I try to do is eat all food, the food that I put in my body is all food that man has not got his hands on, basically. I call it God's food, you can call it nature's food, but when man started thinking that he could do a better job making food than God did and started genetically modifying everything, I think that's where we went off the rails, and then with this ultra processed food that is now, I've heard statistics where recently that 85% of the food that's being consumed now in this country is ultra processed. I don't know if that stat is correct. You might have better data on that, but that's really sad, and it's a very clear example of why our health in this country and most of the world is in the shape that it is right now.
Yeah, there's just another example of following the money and where's the money leading you to and what is the financial incentive behind those companies that are creating that food, getting us sick, keeping us in the sick care system instead of just treating the underlying disease. Dan, I've actually been to your domes a few times, big fan of them. If you guys live in Naples, you like cold plunges, steam room, it is the best place by far in Naples to go. But share a little bit about why you created it, what you're trying to accomplish, and as well as what you're partnering with Alfie on.
Yeah, so I've done startups my whole life. So one of the first companies I started back in the 90s was something that eventually became the largest claim producer in the United States. So we would, as geeky as it sounds, it's a back office. We would take all the claim data from patients, send out checks to the doctors, send out EOBs to the patients. And I'm a business startup guy, so I started a consulting firm that would we'd consult with hospitals how to increase their bills. And then I had another consulting firm that would audit bills to reduce them. And you start looking, none of these companies should exist in a real world if we were doing things. The companies that I started shouldn't exist. I have a company right now that's a large dollar, we're a cost containment company. So we audit, multi-million-dollar bills and we try to reduce them and we get paid on the savings. that company should not exist. So I look at this and I start gathering all this data and realize, we're so broken, and I don't know if anybody really has their arms around how the healthcare system works. But the bean counters, they have insight in all this. So we had really great insight, and over the years, I've done just a ton of research. I work with people, doctors from Harvard, all these people, all claiming they're going to find the root cause analysis. But at the end of the day, what I've discovered for what I'm bringing to the table when we're starting out at Alfie's is if we regulate our nervous system properly, because that's what we all have, is a dysregulated nervous system. So we're batteries, we're electrical beings. And if we take care of that electrical being, our brain body's in coherence, it knows how to heal itself. So the game is we can try to do all these things that are healthy. At the same time, the other side of that is we process our unhealthy habits, we're still healthy. So I focus more on the processing side, and I realize, well, if I can calm that nervous system down to a neutral state and take it from a sympathetic fight or flight mode to a parasympathetic mode, the body knows how to heal itself. And that's been proven more and more, and we couple that with neuroscience. That, we all have heard of the placebo effect, but we don't ask the question is, well, why does the placebo effect work? It works because you think it's going to work. So our brains, when we believe something, has a crazy capacity to heal ourselves, and guys like Joe Dispenza has proved that. But you aren't going to change your brain unless you calm your nervous system. So step one of anything in health is to calm down that nervous system. And as simple as that may sound, it can be done with cold plunges, contrast therapy, things that are dirt cheap that I think would probably reduce our healthcare costs by 50 to 70% if we just got that adopted as a cultural thing in society, where we go to that first for our step one to heal ourselves. So that's the kind of insight I had by seeing all the corruption that's in the industry. And just as a data point, if you look at our average cost per patient, we are double the next country. So when we are double the next country, it's not to say, oh, we're the best healthcare country in the world. We're not. We suck at it. We are double the cost because we really don't know what we're doing. We really don't know what health is. And unfortunately, our healthcare industry has become one of our largest contributors to death. That's not how it's supposed to be. So that's some of the initiatives we're taking on that. Besides healthcare, you look at the same thing in education, arts and media, religion, spirituality, the family, and economics. What has happened in a sick society, we end up accomplishing opposite of what our original intention was. So we're sick. So how do we correct that? Well, we got to go to each one of those and find out what is the root cause problem, root cause solution, and in each one of these pillars of society, reverse that, and that changes culture. And everything in this world is downstream from culture. All politicians will follow culture, all laws will follow culture, but you can't reverse it the other way around. You can't create culture out of laws. It doesn't work. So that's what we're trying to do at Alfie's, is show a way where we can change all these things at once to build a new model that makes the old model obsolete, so we, in effect, cure our culture. And if we cure our culture, everything else will fall in line.
That's amazing. Ahmed, so share with me more about your journey with what led you down to, pursue health, carnivore, and all that, and everything that goes into it.
Yeah, I mean, my story was I was in medical school, and I was just, all the patients that I was seeing, nobody was getting better. People were doing the medications that were prescribed to them. They were doing all the blood work. They were doing everything they're supposed to do, and they weren't getting better. And I just got curious about, why is this happening? I've worked so hard to get into medical school. I still have so many more years to study, and I'm only going to be helping people just alleviate symptoms and not actually heal themselves. And I got curious, and I started reading, and I discovered that, well, actually online, people heal themselves with diet. People heal themselves by going outside, by moving. And this is how you actually heal disease, is you address the root cause, which is lifestyle. Pills will never heal anyone. Pills just alleviate symptoms. And I think we underestimate how toxic and harmful pills are. Pills are the third leading cause of death in the Western world. And so this is pills that are prescribed the way they should be. Pills are absolutely toxic to the body, but nobody wants to talk about that because the studies discussing this are written by the pharmaceutical industry. So it's a giant scam. It's a huge system that is in control of so much of our lives, and so many people are stuck in the medical system, stuck on pills. And the easy answer, the way out of this is just reconnecting with nature, reconnecting with your body, eating healthy, living a healthy lifestyle, fixing your nervous system, fixing your relationships. But no doctor will ever tell you that.
I wonder if there's a financial incentive for them not to tell you that. So you and Dr. Baker both were in medical school. You spent time learning how to heal patients. How much of that time did they focus on nutrition?
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising. We don't spend a lot of time. We get some basic training in nutrition, fundamentals about what deficiencies cause what diseases, and a little bit of the typical kind of USDA food guidelines, but not much beyond that. I never once in my life learned how a diet change could lessen the symptoms of arthritis. I never once in my life learned that a diet could put depression into remission. And these are things I see clinically every single day. So again, it's not that physicians are bad people. It's not that physicians don't care or want to help. They just don't have the tools to do it other than what they've been trained in. And again, what they've been trained in is pharmacology for the most part, and some surgical procedures. And that is the more profitable model, and that is what the healthcare system is. And if you don't, sort of regurgitate that, then you are considered a quack or an outcast or a heretic. And honestly, I'm quite proud to.
I have all those in my Twitter profile.
I was labeled the #1 misinfluencer in the world recently by the World Economic Forum Eat Lancet group. So anyway.
Ahmed, what was your experience similar, or what would you like to add to that?
What I would like to add is it's not just a free market problem where the pharmaceutical industry is so big and so rich, and that's why this is what's happening. What's happening is the reason the pharmaceutical industry is so big is because it's supported by the government. The reason the pharmaceutical industry makes so much money is because there are patents which governments enforce. And this, again, why this relates to Bitcoin and why I'm on this stage right now is all of this started in the early 1900s when, of course, around the same time the Federal Reserve was created, was when the American Medical Association was created. And the goal of the American Medical Association was to suppress any form of medicine that was not pharmaceutical or pill-based. And that was, in 1910, the Flexner Report was published, and it shut down more than 60% of US medical schools. And these were medical schools that were teaching, natural healing, looking at lifestyle, looking at how to address the root cause. All of that was shut down in order to promote pharmaceutical medicine. And, this is not possible if we didn't have a government with endless amount of money, if our government can't print money out of nowhere. And this is why we're in this mess we're in right now, and this is why Bitcoin fixes it.
So again, another thing that Bitcoin fixes.
If it's a problem, Bitcoin fixes it. If Bitcoin can't fix it, it's not a problem.
So speaking of Bitcoin, Alfie, I'm interested to hear your perspective on Bitcoin just in general.
Mine? So I was surprised when I was invited to a Bitcoin event. I don't have $1 worth of Bitcoin, but I did have someone that if you watch the news, I had a second in command that has stolen many millions of dollars from the company over the last 5 years. And one of the things that I found out after the feds got involved is that at one of my refrigeration facilities out in Immokalee, he had about 100 Bitcoin mine machines hooked up in the back of the cooler there, just feeding off. So when you get the electric for free, I guess you can do pretty good with the Bitcoin miners. So that's really my only exposure I've ever had to Bitcoin is providing the electricity to someone that was stealing it from me. But
you've had a chance during today to hear a little bit about Bitcoin. Have you been persuaded maybe to buy some?
I'm more persuaded to maybe look into taking Bitcoin, accepting Bitcoin at Seed to Table, getting set up to do something like that.
So, who here has been to Seed to Table? If Seed to Table accepted Bitcoin, who would be happy? Also, if you've never been to Seed to Table, they have the best urinals in town. Highly recommend going there. You have some great art. Naples people know. Dan, what is your experience with Bitcoin and your health?
I have a very direct experience. About 10 years ago, I took a bunch of high school kids to an entrepreneur day. And so they were presenting their business plan to a bunch of academics. And one kid said, hey, I'm going to start a Bitcoin mining company. And the academics were reviewing, and they weren't sure what that was. They evaluated, so on. Another person was describing this idea of creating this little pole device. It was 3 feet long that you'd put on the side of your 10-speed of your bike, because the law said that you can't go closer than 3 feet to a bicyclist. And that sounded so cute and neat. This kid won first place. And it was just ridiculous. It's a product that'll never work, never go anywhere, and the Bitcoin kid didn't win anything. So that was my start of it, but what I became personally more interested in was how can our academics be so stupid? And they are everywhere. You know, professors in college, and sorry if anybody here is a professor, but they're so far removed from the real world, they are actually literally stupid. And when you get an education system that teaches people that the accumulation of knowledge is the ultimate pinnacle, and they ignore the accumulation of experience, that's when we have a corrupt education system. We're teaching exactly the wrong thing. We need to have an education system that helps people gain experience, because that is the ultimate knowledge we have as human beings, is to gain experience so we can determine what is good and pursue that which is good by the human cognition, not by an economic model that serves the accumulation of capital just for the sake of capital. If we're not doing good in our startups, what are we doing startups for? Where have we lost the way? Because if we're doing the startups the correct way, we're there to serve society, to actually solve a problem or an opportunity that does good, and you get paid well for that. That's been replaced since the year 2000, where people find all kinds of ways to make money on money for the sake of money, and that is the disease that I think Bitcoin can help correct in a decentralized network, if we also at the same time decentralize innovation, which for the first time in history, I think we have the capability of doing. So.
Yeah, it's amazing to hear like just how the education system has not grown and changed their curriculum, and they're still teaching the same outdated information, and it really just sets people behind. But Dr. Baker, being in the Bitcoin space, eating, on the carnivore diet, what are some of the things and crossovers that you see between the two? And what are you surprised about in terms of the Bitcoiners accepting the carnivore diet?
Well, I mean, to accept the concept of Bitcoin, you have to think outside the box a little bit. You have to sort of unplug yourself from the matrix. And I think, and this is the one thing, I can't remember who was talking to me earlier, he said, you know what? At the Bitcoin dinner last night, there weren't a lot of sick, obese people, and I think that's not a coincidence. I think people that unplug themselves from the matrix in generally find themselves to be healthier, both financially, physically, mentally, spiritually, and a whole other thing. So I think that's sort of a common finding. I got into Bitcoin from Ahmed's brother, Saif. He approached me the first time I was on Joe Rogan's podcast and said, hey, let's write a book about this. And then he said, I got another side project, which turned out to be the Bitcoin Standard. So we never wrote the book together, so I wrote my own. I think this is something that, I've got another book in progress right now, by the way. And I think that, this is a start, a carnivore diet, whether you do it or not. I'm pretty agnostic about that, quite honestly. I prefer it that. I think it's very therapeutic, but there are a lot of things that go into getting healthier. This is just one of those. And I think I think Bitcoin is often an entry point for a different way of thinking for a lot of people, because once you find out that they've lied to you about this, and you say, well, what else did they start lying about? And then all of a sudden you realize they basically lied about everything. So anyway, here we are.
Well, yeah, they literally turned the food pyramid upside down. But one thing that all of us Bitcoiners have in common, none of us came out understanding Bitcoin from the start. We all had to literally look into it with an open mind and be curious to learn something that we had no idea about, which spreads its tentacles into all the different aspects, such as the money, the health, the farmers, and all the other stuff that is corrupt because of the fiat money. Ahmed, you and your brother both have been on the carnivore diet. What is your experience with the Bitcoin community, and why sound money is so important to sound health?
I mean, going back to time preference, the very, very high time preference way of looking at health is, I just want a pill right now to get rid of this.
Does everyone know what high time preference means? Perfect.
We're in a Bitcoin conference, come on.
Hey, you never know. We don't know what part of the bull run we're in.
So the very high time preference thing is just to take a pill to numb the symptoms and get rid of the problem. The low time preference way is, let me listen to what these symptoms are telling me. What is it in my lifestyle that I need to fix? Why is my back hurting? What did I start doing recently different in the last few weeks? That sort of thinking is not, that requires a certain dedication to your body, a certain dedication to your life, a certain outlook that favors the future. And Bitcoiners tend to have that. The average patient that I see in the hospital is still stuck at, they want the solution right now. And that's why they also don't get Bitcoin. So it goes hand in hand, I think.
Yeah, I mean, some doctor, you'll go there, they'll give you a pill, you'll feel better for an hour or two. Maybe you want to lose weight, they might push Ozempic. And those aren't low time preference things. Those are immediate gratification. And immediate gratification does not set you up for long-term success. So a lot of this is all, common sense that we were told is the complete opposite. We were told we're crazy for eating a carnivore diet, that your cholesterol is going to be high. And I remember when you were on Rogan, you had a study that was going to be coming out in a couple of years. Did those results ever come out about cholesterol, Shawn?
Yeah, sure they did. There's been a couple studies that come out, and cholesterol is probably the biggest sort of sticking point many people have for not only adopting a fully carnivorous diet, but it's the diet that includes a lot of saturated fat. And as you alluded to, the food pyramid did get flipped upside down. If you guys have seen the graphic that RFK and Secretary Rollins put out, it is a complete inverted pyramid, and that was done very intentionally. It wasn't just a South Park episode, although they may have paid homage to those guys for that. And as you read that pyramid from left to right, first item you run to is what? Anybody looked at it? It's a ribeye steak, literally. It's like a ribeye steak is the first thing you see to eat. That, again, was done very, very intentionally. And I think that, and this is a point for some of you guys who were there last night, and I'll say this, I'm sure all of us, Bitcoin success depends upon adoption and utilization by everybody. It can't be just the Michael Saylors and a few large corporations that do it. We've all got to do it for it to be successful. And the same thing with the Make America Healthy Again movement. I mean, it's not, God bless, Robert F. Kennedy for doing what he's doing, but he is up against a leviathan of corruption, of trillions of dollars of equity, of legal fights that are going to last for years and years. And so we have to, as a population, say, look, I'm just not going to eat the poison anymore. I'm not going to pay for it. I'm not going to give you money to poison me anymore. And I think that's what we have to do. That's my sermon for the day.
So, Alfie, you have a grocery store. Like most grocery stores, if you shop on the outside aisles and you really just ignore the middle aisles, you're going to eat more of God's food. So how is it as a grocery store owner and having that in your store? Is it kind of like bittersweet, or do you try to make sure you only work with products that are whole food based?
Well, if you go through Seed to Table, you notice there aren't many aisles in there. Maybe but when I went to a share group meeting like 15 years ago when I was telling these guys that I was going to build this store that had no aisles, because they were all, actually at this particular meeting, they were all crying about how Amazon was getting into the kind of shelf-stable, what they call center of the store, all the national brands, and that the margin was becoming thin, and they were crying, most of the margin in the grocery business is on the perimeter, which would be like your fresh baked goods and produce and meat and seafood and things like that. So I told them I was going to build a store that didn't have any aisles in it, and because I didn't want to sell any of the national brand garbage anyway, right? So and I knew how bad it was, and so that was kind of like the initial thought that started Seed at Table. Then I wanted to make it a place. I thought about the places in long time ago where people go to the market on the weekends and enjoy some entertainment and things like that. So I just wanted to have the fun vibe, and we really Seed at Table is more about all the perimeter and very few national brands at all in Seed at Table there. If you want to buy a Pepsi, you can. We charge a lot of money for it. I try to discourage people to not, but you can buy one of them. You can't buy a 6-pack. You can buy one Pepsi if some people just want that with their food. And I don't want to, it's a free society, I guess, if you want to put that garbage in your body. But it all comes from education. I was spending a good amount of time with Bobby Kennedy before the election. I was actually asked by Trump to be the ag secretary, and I spent a lot of time with him. And his main focus there before even Trump was elected is that the way that we're going to change this is by education. The people, like individually, have to make those choices by us getting the truth out to people, so that you won't line up at the McDonald's, or you won't line up or go to the grocery store and buy Lucky Charms and all of that other garbage, right? So as soon as the education happens and people stop buying that, then the companies that sell this are going to have to make the decisions, make the business decisions that will be the right decision for them to discontinue that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's like knowledge is power. And once you know it, nobody can actually go to the grocery store for you, buy the stuff that you should be eating. Nobody can go work out for you. You have to do that actual work yourself. So with all of this information that you get, is it going to motivate you to just say, it is what it is. I'm going to continue eating the same diet. I'll go to the doctor. I'm not going to change my life habits, because lifestyle is also very important here. And this is available to everybody in this room, because we all want to live a long time. We want to have family. We want to be there for our young ones. We want to see them get older, have grandkids. So this is not just a talk about money at a Bitcoin conference. This is what are you going to do about your health to make sure you are your best version of yourself and you can have a high quality of life for a long duration of time. And Dan, what are some of the benefits that you see from like the cold plunge contrast with the steam room? Because I found that very fascinating the first time that I went.
Well, we call it the step one reboot protocol, because no matter what ails you, if you can slow down and or halt that automated let me say it a different way. No matter what ails you, you're participating in it. That's something we're not explaining to people in our healthcare industry. And what I mean by that, whether it's consciously, lifestyle, yeah, I'm doing this, eating this crap, and blah, 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 or it's unconscious, where you're doing a lot of things, which is actually more common, it's unconscious. So if we want to change a habit, we have to rewrite the neural pathways. And if you're hijacked all the time because you're eating crap, you're not exercising, you're doing different things, when you're hijacked, your body's in fight or flight mode, which means, no, we're just going to continue to do the same thing, because that's the easiest thing to do. So that's why I call it step one, because if it's a physical thing, we're going to stop that response and put your body into healing mode. If it's an intellectual thing, we're going to stop those thoughts and give you new ways of thinking. And if you get new ways of thinking, you start to rewrite neural pathways, and you train your body to heal itself over time. And it sounds, maybe a claim, and it sounds too simple, but it's true. That is really what I'd call step one. So me, I just want to be the cheapest, lowest cost, most available step one on the planet. And then step two, go see Dr. Shawn. Go see me now, who knows how to really identify, okay, if this is not working, now we got something to work with. Because you go to the regular doctor, they're just going to give you a pill. It's like whack-a-mole, symptom pill, symptom pill. And when a human body gets 3 or 4 pills in their system, nobody in our science world really knows what those interactions do. It's kind of a lie. And we got 60 million people in this country who are overprescribed pharma. And some of these people are taking 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pharma every month, every day. I mean, their bodies are whacked, and they have nowhere to go, because most doctors, they can only prescribe. They have no idea how to take people off pharma. So those are a lot of the challenges we face, but the domes for what I'm mostly wanting to accomplish is, I'm not trying to solve many things, but I will tell you, I've had so many people tell me it changed their life completely. And it's from physical, emotional, spiritual. I've had more people tell me they've had spiritual experiences in the dome than I can count. So something is happening when we can calm down our nervous system and release pent-up energies and the day-to-day. And when you do it with a group of people and you're having fun doing it at the same time, and there's science that proves this too, when we're in a group of people, or the efficacy of healing is like 25, 30% better than the individual therapist. So the domes are not just a physical healing, they're physical, emotional, spiritual healing mechanism. And that's why I've discovered that, because that is like a step one to turn culture around. And if we can start seeing each other, do events that, we're not going to meet each other at the bar, we're going to go do a dome together. Let's have our business meeting at the domes. It's what they've done in other countries for 1,000 years. We just haven't done it here yet. So that's one of the things we're doing. So we're putting domes out at Alfie's place. We're going to put a one-room schoolhouse out there. We partner with the Freedom Institute in town here, who's a high school. It's fully embracing AI, fully embracing the new world for education. So you combine those things together, everything that Alfie's dad wanted to do, everything that Alfie's wanted to do, anybody that wants to do education reform, healthcare reform, we're hopefully going to get that all in one location that happens all at once. That's our goal.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing.
All right, let's give this panel a round of applause. They will be hanging out with us. So if you have questions for them later, you can find them. They'll be hanging out with us at the reception, I guess. And thank you, guys. Thanks a bunch. Thanks a lot. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Okay, so we're almost done here. I do need to tell you some things. First of all, remember the plants. We can take the plants home if you're not going to the reception, which I don't know why you wouldn't. You can take the plants with you. If you're going to the reception, the plants will all be taken out to the valet station, and you can grab them on your way out to get your car after the reception. All right, so the reception is at the Palm Lawn. There will be Four Seasons staff members pointing you in the correct direction, but essentially you're going to go to the street, follow the sidewalk to the crosswalk, and walk across the street to the beach, okay? It is an open bar from 5:30 to 6:30, so even though we just had the health advocates tell us not to drink, I'm going to offer you drinks. And we hope you'll come down there and enjoy yourselves and stay with us, take some sunset pictures, and enjoy the evening with us. After the reception, we're kind of going to just infiltrate the Sunset Bar. So it'll probably be crowded down there, but if you want to keep having fun with each other, we'll move over to the Sunset Bar. All right, so without further ado, our final panel, Mr. Cardone had to go home early, so we have Natalie Brunel, come on up, Natalie, and Larry Lepard, and CJ Constantinos. Come on up, guys. Come on up, guys. And this is an audience Q&A. We're going to have some mic runners. So if you have a question you want to ask this excellent panel of experts, please raise your hand and we'll bring you a mic. Who wants to go first? What? No questions? Oh, there we go.
So I have a question. It came up at an earlier panel that there's only 1 million Bitcoin left to be released to support mining. So there's 1 million Bitcoin to provide security to 20 million outstanding. Is that something that should be worried about? How will that be addressed?
Yeah, I don't mind taking this. So you're talking about the security budget based on the issuance schedule. And I think what's important to understand is that when you talk about mining, there is a cost structure to hash rate. That's what the difficulty adjustment and the halving is about. When you have a halving, it doubles the cost of production. When you have a difficulty adjustment and it increases difficulty, it increases the cost of production. So the cost that the miners pay to sustain the network, that is like the value prop. That is the market testing whether or not the value proposition of a secure money like Bitcoin is worth it. So the price you pay has to be above the cost. It's the same with gold. It's the same with any other commodity or good or service in the world. That is the free market price signal. The free market is saying, look, if you want access to a decentralized monetary permissionless network, it is going to cost you X amount of dollars. And if let's say there's no Coinbase, The reward is gone. The issuance schedules, there's only fees. Whatever that fee is, the value of that fee will have to be greater than the cost that is associated with mining the fee. And that is one of the ways, that is one of the mechanisms that Bitcoin, that's why I call it an engineered money. That is, when I say it's strategically designed to leverage the natural laws of economics, that point right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Because no producer can sell something for less than it costs them to produce the good or service. So if we get into that situation, that's when you see hash rate start to come down. Now, the real magic happens when hash rate comes down, difficulty decreases, which then increases profitability, and it acts as a sustainability mechanism. So these cycles that we go through with hash rate, which is why Max Kaiser always says, look at hash rate, that's what's important. That is a dynamic that says, hey, the value proposition of this freedom network, this freedom money, is basically infinity. Now, are we going to go to infinity tomorrow? No, because the network has to grow. And as the network grows and hash rate grows, difficulty increases. We discover the fair value. We discover the price to access the network. So it's a great question because I think all of the price discovery on the asset itself is actually based around that exact dynamic.
I agree with what he said.
I would just also add that Bitcoin is really a proxy for time and for energy. So instead of looking at it as only 1 million Bitcoin is going to secure the network, think about the amount of time and energy that is going to be required in order to mine the rest of the Bitcoin. Like the last Bitcoin's going to take years. Isn't that crazy to think about right now? But that's the way the issuance schedule was set up. And so I love how Jack Mallers actually put it. I think he first made this analogy when we were in Madeira at Bitcoin Atlantis. He talked about how all the Bitcoin technically already exists. It's just you can't time travel. We're mining it from the future, right? And so it's a time chain. So I think you're thinking of it kind of backwards, and when I equate it more to time and energy, then it starts to make sense how big this is going to grow from here.
Would be a problem, though? I mean, what if mining was 1/10 what it is now? Would there be a problem?
Yeah.
I mean, what if the amount of mining hypothetically was 1/10 or 100th of what it is now? Wouldn't there be a point where there would be a problem, right? If there, what if there's just a few miners?
I mean, in May of 2021, China banned mining, and we saw the hash rate drop by like half, and the network really didn't skip a beat. The difficulty adjusted, and we were able to the market referees itself, and we were able to continue on the schedule as predicted. Now the price dropped significantly, right? But then it recovered and we hit a new all-time high like 6 months later in November. So these temporary things are something that this is the true free market that doesn't exist in the fiat world, where yes, sometimes there might be an imbalance, but the actors are free to move in and check those imbalances and correct them in a way that in the fiat system doesn't really exist, is my argument.
So when the reward gets cut in half, this is one of my favorite ways to project price forward without using TA and a lot of stuff that, it's really hard to understand. But if today we have a Coinbase reward of 3, and we know in the future we're going to have a Coinbase reward of 1, then the value of that 1 Bitcoin in the future at that time will be the price of 3 Bitcoin today in order to maintain the cost structure. So even if the reward is 0.00001, then 0.00001 will actually be the cost structure of the entire network.
Right, that's true, but then all that Bitcoin it's having to protect will also go up in value. So what it's protecting goes up in value as well, right? I mean, at the end of the day, if you just look at it as Bitcoin, it's 1 million Bitcoin to protect 20.
Yeah, that's correct, but I think it's all good. I mean, that's what you want. People say there's not going to be enough Bitcoin in the world in the future, and thank goodness each one is 100 million Satoshis, right? It's just got to get fully distributed around, and it shows you just how far we have to go in price. I mean, this is why people laugh when we say Saylor says it's going to 10, 20, 30, 40 million. I mean, Jeff Booth thinks it's going to hundreds of millions of dollars, and that's really just the dollar failing. It's going to get completely repriced, and when this is money, You know, I mean, a couple of sats might buy you a hamburger, right? And today, a couple sats isn't worth a penny, right? One more mic. My mic is bad for whatever it's worth. You can use that one up there. There must be another one.
Hey, Larry.
Yeah.
What's it cost to mine an ounce of silver these days?
That's a great question. The average, it varies, and in the gold and silver mining businesses, they call it the all-in sustaining cost, which is the dollars necessary to pull an ounce out of the ground, accounting for the fact that every ounce you pull out, you got to find a new ounce. And the average in the industry today for silver is about $20 or $25. And the average in the today for gold, just because people might be interested, is about $1,600. So this is why the silver stocks have gone nuts, and this is why it's a very interesting time to be involved in that whole area, because that average goes up, and that average goes up every year based on inflation, you know, explosive costs, labor, oil, et cetera. And, you know, so it marches up at 10% a year. Well, when silver was at $30 at the beginning of this year, right, and $32, $25 mining costs, you're making $7, you got to cover your capex and everything else. Not a very good business, right? Silver at $80, think of what happened to your profit margin. I mean, you just went from a skinny profit margin to a ginormous profit margin, right? And it's kind of amazing what's happened, yeah.
So what does that mean for the future amount of silver that will be mined?
Well, clearly it's going to go up. There will be a supply response. But here's the thing, and this is where sometimes Bitcoiners, I think, make an error in this area, because I see it on Twitter. People say, oh, yeah, well, we're going to mine a ton of silver, and this price is going to come right back down. True. Leave the prices high enough, long enough, and we will mine more. But let me tell you, from the time when you discover a new deposit to the time when it comes out of the ground is typically 10 to 15 years. So you can take the price up a lot, and it's not like a faucet, and you can go say, oh, gosh, the price is higher, therefore let's just turn on the supply. You know, I mean, yeah, at the margin, people will start building more silver mines, and in 10 years they'll be around. But, you know, they're not going to be around tomorrow, right?
I also just want to put a spotlight on Luke Groman's analysis. If you guys don't subscribe to his newsletters, I know Larry and I are big followers, and he's been discussing silver lately because of its applications for artificial intelligence and different industrial and military applications. And so batteries today, they found like a new way to construct a battery that works better than lithium ion, but you need 5 grams of silver per battery. And so this is one of the reasons also why there's a rush for critical minerals. And one thing Luke points out is that there are actually very few pure silver mines out there, the way that there are gold mines. It's actually the byproduct of refining and processing other minerals. And who has the monopoly over those processes? China does. And so I think it's going to be really interesting as this plays out, because obviously this administration has made it a priority to reindustrialize and reshore. But to Larry's point, and what Luke writes about, is you can't snap your fingers and make that happen. This takes 15, 20 years, and especially here because we have so many regulations and so much red tape to even get one of these infrastructure operations regulated and approved, it takes forever, right? And so I mean, we've literally made it a policy that we're going to ship all of this out overseas. We don't want these dirty smelting factories here. And that process didn't happen overnight. It happened over decades. So we can't snap our fingers and just bring the skilled workers here and make us into a superpower again when it comes to refining the things that we need for all of these applications, whether they are military, radar, EVs, our phones and satellites. And that's really why I think that things are moving to this material ledger, and that's what's becoming more important again: commodities, energy, industrial capacity, and the financial ledger, which we've been printing out of thin air, is starting to come second to that.
That's a great point.
I want to piggyback on that real quick to maybe clarify my answer for this gentleman right here, because the question is actually a really astute question, because that's free market price discovery. The price goes up because of the demand. It increases the profit margin, which then increases the supply of the underlying commodity because of the demand. So we have to ask ourselves, even with that Coinbase going to zero, is the demand on the network going to produce a scenario where the buyer is always going to be willing to pay whatever price necessary because they want to store their economic value. So it's those laws of supply and demand and the value proposition of silver and its use case across the economy, the value proposition of Bitcoin and its use case across the economy. Both of those are laws of economics that secure the fundamental value regardless of a Coinbase reward or the margin.
But another really important point to make, I think most people in this room understand it, but I just want to emphasize it. Bitcoin's really unique, and the reason it trades the way it trades, it's a wild animal, is we've never, and the reason why so many people get it wrong, in my view, is we've actually never had this before. It'd be like, you know, trying to explain space flight to somebody in the 17th century. You know, it's like, what the hell is that? I don't get it. And what is it that we've never had before? We've never had absolute digital scarcity, and we've never had a commodity that does not respond to price. Every single other commodity, corn, oil, gold, silver, whatever, price goes up, we'll make more of it. We'll figure out how to make more of it. This is algorithmically set at 21 million. The price goes up and the price goes up. You want more of it? Sorry, there isn't any more. So it's perfectly inelastic in terms of its supply. And this is how you have a commodity. This is why there's paper Bitcoin out there right now. Woe be it to the people who sold paper Bitcoin. They're going to get their asses handed to them. And the reason is this thing has the ability to go up 6x in 3 months because it did it in 2020. And it's going to do it again. It's going to go from 90 to 270. And people are going to be like, what the fuck happened? You know, right? And yeah, I get it. With each cycle, though, it does calm down, right? I mean, if you look at how far it went up in the first couple of cycles when Max and Stacy were buying it, you know, I mean, and even Sailor shows there's a decreasing amount in terms of the drawdowns are getting smaller, right? And the multiples up are getting smaller, and that's because it's becoming more widely adopted. But, you know, I'll take 3x. I mean, 270 sometime in the next 2 years, that works. I think everybody in this room will be happy.
You know what another cool dynamic is that Bitcoin is the only asset in the world that can change its cost of production. Silver cannot determine that it should be more expensive to earn. Gold cannot make that determination. That is why I think the halving and the difficulty adjustment actually act as the central reserve bank, right? The Federal Reserve of Bitcoin is actually algorithmically programmed, and it regulates itself. It's a self-regulating algorithm that controls cost. There is no other asset in the world that determines its costs, and all costs trend down, right, over time.
That's a great point. I had never thought of it in those terms, but yeah, the brilliance of the difficulty adjustment is just not to be underestimated, right? It's stunning. Yeah, next question here.
So Larry, when's the big print?
Everybody's asking me. I don't know. I hope soon so I don't look like a dummy. I've obviously stuck my neck out there, and it's fun. I've had this back and forth with Lynn on Twitter a little bit, and she was on Natalie's show, and she's called it, well, yeah, we're getting the print, but we're calling it the gradual print. And I said, yeah, but it's going to morph into the big print. And Natalie said, yeah, that doesn't sound as dramatic. It sells more books to say the big print. What's that? Very possibly, yeah. And I know China's printing a lot too. Look, what do you define as big? I mean, they're doing 40 billion a month, which in the old days that would have been considered big. But my sense is that we have started the cycle. The tightening is over. QT is over. They started QE again. They're not calling it that. It's reserve management. And you know, it's just a matter of. I mean, I don't know the answer, but I think watch the bond market. And I also think that the precious metals are giving you a huge clue that it's close, because the precious metals did the same thing in 2000, you know, and they did it in 2008 as well. And of course, back then, you know, Bitcoin really wasn't existent in 2008. It was, but just getting started. And you know, they were a clue to what was coming next, which was massive monetary debasement. So you know, to me, I'm pretty comfortable that I'm right, and we'll be right within, call it 18 months, because of the price of silver and the price of gold. I mean, the world's figuring it out, and so, you know, now it's going to take a little while, but they, you know, I can't show it here, but if you go look at my thread on Twitter, you'll see I retweeted it from Mark Moss because I was on his show yesterday. It shows the Federal Reserve balance sheet as against exponential money growth, and every time it gets close to the line, they print. So they printed in 08, they printed in 2020. We're right back. We're below the line again. So I mean, it's math. It's literally math. I mean, what they did in December, by the way, and I'm writing about this in my quarterly report, they didn't want to do that. Do you think Powell wanted to stop QE? No. Do you think Powell wanted to stop QT? No. Do you think he wanted to start QE? No. He didn't want to do any of those things. He did not have a choice. It was mathematically driven. And, remember the way they did it? They said, well, they floated it as a trial balloon. They always do. Maybe we're going to have to do some reserve management, print a little bit of money, and maybe it'll be $25 billion, and maybe it'll be in January. December 2 arrives or December 3 arrives, bang, we're doing 40 and we're starting in 2 days. It's kind of like, oh, well, kind of was a pressing issue, huh? and so you just know that it's coming. And so, what are the clues? Where do you watch? I watch the Japanese bond market. I watch the U.S. bond market. Japanese bond market's a big tell. It looks like a rocket ship. It's just been, the yield on the 10-year in Japan has gone up just like a rocket ship, literally. And, all it'll take is for the U.S. 10-year to break 4.2, 4.4, headed to 5, and we'll be back in yield curve control. I mean, Bacentis as much as said it, and Moran said it. When Moran was getting approved for the Senate, or for the Federal Reserve Board, he gave testimony that said there's a strong argument to be made that the Federal Reserve might have to be involved in setting the long-term interest rate. Well, that is, read that carefully. That is yield curve control. We are going to buy whatever is necessary to hold rates down and let our balance sheet go wherever it goes. And wherever it goes is going to be to 15 trillion, and that's a big print. So the answer is it's coming.
And the problem with the long end of the curve is when we went into ZIRP, the banks were forced out the curve.
Right.
So now if those rates explode, I forget the last time I looked at this, but I think it's right around 5%, which is why they've been playing defense there.
Right.
You will need a bank term funding program V2, or the banks will absolutely go bunk because they took our deposits and they didn't buy bills and notes. They bought bonds because that was the only place to get it.
By the way, we've seen this before. Like they're going to have a Liz Truss moment. I remember when Liz Truss, talked about spending more and so forth, and her yields, and her pound crashed, and her yields blew out, and she had to reverse her policies. This is what's going to happen in the United States. Things that are driving the big print. How about Trump saying that we need 1.5 trillion, not $1 trillion, to spend on defense or on war? Look at everything coming out of the federal government. It tells you that they are out of control.
And I think too the fraud that's been uncovered. The fraud that has been uncovered. This is our trust moment. Nat, you'd mentioned it earlier with what's going on with the abuse of trust. If we do not rout out the fraud and the abuse of the budget, all trust will be lost. Pretty much everybody in this room is a Bitcoiner, so your trust is already either lost or it's on the verge. But the everyday normal person, if this doesn't get fixed, and the everyday normal person is paying taxes while other people are abusing the system, getting millions of dollars of your hard-earned money, they will lose trust. And the only difference between inflation and hyperinflation is trust.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it really frustrates me that there's no accountability for that. I spent over 10 years as a reporter, and one of my main beats was public corruption. And so I reported a lot on fraud, especially locally when I started my career. And to see it reach such a scale, and there's no accountability, people don't get fired, people don't go to jail, they fail up in politics, they get the next big position. No wonder people have lost such faith in institutions. No wonder trust in members of Congress is at an all-time low, because we've seen the fiat welfare state enrich itself and balloon to a scale that it pretty much makes up the main portion of any employment that's growing right now is in the public sector, at the expense of the working class. But where is wealth actually generated? Where is opportunity actually generated? It's in the private market. It's in the private sector. I love how, I think Jeff Booth recently actually said this on my show. He said, government doesn't create value, it extracts value. And so we need to have more investigative journalists that are willing to be watchdogs and root out all of this and put a massive spotlight on everyone to see it. Sunshine is the best disinfectant. because that's the only way that we'll put an end to it. Too many journalists, this was what was frustrating to me in my industry. I saw how the sausage is made. Too many of them became lapdogs. They wanted access, and that's what they prioritized. And so they became buddy-buddy with the government, right? We want to separate money from the state. Well, we need to also separate journalism from the state, because it's gotten really too dependent on one another. And that's why it's ballooned and grown in the way that it has. So we need to hold things accountable. One of the reasons I love Bitcoin is it imposes a system that forces consequences, that forces individual responsibility, that forces accountability. You don't have to trust, you can verify. And I think that's why it gives us so much hope, right? Because if we are going to have a system of governance, which I'm for, but it needs to be small and it needs to be accountable to the people, which we have not had in a very long time.
Yeah, and Elon, what did Elon say? He said 1.5 trillion was his guesstimate. And he's in a position to make the best guess, because he had the Doge thing and he got to look into the books. And he even highlighted that they were trying to delete information and cover fraud, and that's 1.5 trillion from Elon. And then the other portion of the theft comes through the budget deficit, through inflation.
Right.
So that's 3.5 trillion. That's 50% of the fucking budget. 50% of the budget is stealing from us. That's insane.
Question back here.
I think expanding on that, one of the shocking things that Elon said, and most people missed, was that they found there was 5 different places that were printing government checks when they were in Doge. Now, I think the big print might have happened. It just happened with checks. I think they're just sending out checks.
It's a stealth big print.
I mean, the government's never going to default. The banks will say, hey, we got all these checks you guys sent out, and they're just going to zap them money in the repo market. I think that they sent out more money than anyone understands during the COVID relief packages. That's what I think.
It's entirely possible. I mean, they were sending pallets of money to the Middle East during the war. I mean, the Pentagon, what was the whole of the Pentagon budget? They couldn't account for like 2.6 trillion at one point. I mean, or was it billion maybe?
No, it was trillion.
Was it trillion? Yeah, it's a big number.
Yeah, it was 1 trillion on September 10th.
Okay, it's a big number. And yeah, I mean, I think you're right. And there's no doubt in my mind that they could be doing shadow QE right now, buying. I mean, it's one of the things that actually is kind of a puzzle to me right now. I don't know how anyone holds a 10-year bond. I just don't know how. I mean, you've got a president and a Congress that are totally out of control, that have admitted they're going to run it hot, that the Fed's going to turn over in May, and yet somebody's willing to sit there and put their money in a bond that pays 4% while they're being debased at between 10 and 12% a year. It makes no sense.
A lot of times they hold that bond because they have dollar-denominated debt, right? So they're short the dollar, and they need to, if the dollar gains strength, they need a way to make sure that they can access that liquidity.
Some foreigners, yeah, for sure.
But what's changing now is I'd rather have gold, because my debt is debasing against gold. So why hold the bond when I could just sell the gold and cover my debt?
Well, that's exactly right, and that's what's happening in the Far East. I mean, Shanghai Gold Exchange volumes are huge. One of the reasons, and this is frustrating to Bitcoiners, I know, but one of the reasons why gold has taken off and has done what it's done, and it's good news for Bitcoiners, just on a delayed basis, is because the world has figured out that they don't trust the dollar anymore, and so everybody's just, and sadly, I mean, you think about how many people really understand Bitcoin. It's just not enough to go to Bitcoin, sadly, and so, the historical debasement trade is you go to gold, and that's fine. Let gold move first. And then we're going to come by and just crush it, So it's coming. Yeah, question back here.
Mine is more about logistics. At global scale, can Bitcoin realistically support, At global scale, can Bitcoin realistically support widespread self-custody and frequent payments without reintroducing custodial risk somewhere in the stack?
Go.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of infrastructure to be built, okay, in terms of the Lightning Network and, distributing sats on a widespread basis. And we'll get to the point, I mean, in 20 years, I think there'll be people who say, you did an on-chain transaction? You actually did a real on-chain transaction back in the old days? Because on-chain transactions will be incredibly expensive, and they'll be done by, one huge bank to another huge bank, right? But yes, we just need to build layer 2 and all the infrastructure around, this underlying sound asset?
I think it just takes time. You know, what is your time horizon? Because in the future, to Larry's point, I did a great episode about this with Bob Burnett, who was also a speaker. I don't know if he's still here, but he talked about, you know, the other scarcity of Bitcoin is the block space. And so in the future, as Bitcoin adoption grows, as the price grows, as fees increase, very few people will be transacting on that base layer. And that's one of the reasons why we really need to support these secondary and eventually third and fourth layers on top of Bitcoin that will facilitate our ability to exchange value. And I think more and more will be denominated in Satoshis. I actually can't wait for that because I think it's tough to measure as a unit of account like fractions of Bitcoin, right? It's not exciting on your screen to see that you own 0.054 whatever, but it is exciting to see 1 million Satoshis. And so I think in the future we will denominate things, but it really takes time. I mean, we're at just the seed stage of all of this development, these killer apps that are going to be developed that make Bitcoin so seamless that we don't think about it in the same way that we don't really think about how does the internet work? Like, what is TCP/IP? Which, by the way, I kind of explain in Bitcoin is for everyone and break down simply because we take for granted some of these technologies once they're ubiquitous and in everyone's hands and in their devices. So I think it's just going to take time, but I mean, I think that we're headed in the right direction with builders, and self-custody right now is so much easier than people think. Like, just take the time. Anyone can do it. It's so exciting when I meet people and they're octogenarians and they have their Bitcoin in self-custody because they used a company like the Bitcoin Way or something. And I'm like, that's great. Good for you. That's awesome. Like, take control and take ownership because you don't have to be technical. You don't have to be some computer science person. And I do think that at least part of your Bitcoin should be in self-custody. You know, I think you need to decentralize your risk. Remove counterparty risk whenever you can, but also decentralize so that you have no single point of failure.
We got another one over here, I think.
Testing.
Oh, let this guy
One,
go right
two,
here.
one,
There you
two.
go.
I'm sorry.
He's been waiting like for 10 turns.
Oh, okay.
You're now next. You got to talk though. You can't laugh. Talk.
Okay.
It's a good segue to the last question, and it'll be good, I think. So in 2026, what's your thoughts on native Bitcoin tokenizing real-world assets?
That's a hard question.
I don't
because
understand.
Bitcoin is liquidity, and real-world assets are not liquidity.
But
So
people are working on
you cannot tokenize
tokenizing
it because it's not liquidity.
real-world assets and using Bitcoins, whether it's layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, but they're tokenizing real-world assets and connecting that to native Bitcoin.
Which is basically like taking the title of your property and just make it into 10 million titles of your property. But it doesn't make it liquid. I'm not sure if you saw my presentation earlier.
That's okay.
But I have a real estate company. So
I believe
they ask me all the time, why are you not tokenizing real estate? And the answer is because there's a big problem. And when you have an asset that is not liquid, like real estate, you have to provide liquidity for it. So you're double dipping. You can tokenize real estate, but it doesn't matter if there's no dollars behind it.
But you can tokenize something for authenticity, for provenance. And that's what people are working on.
That sounds like a meme. Let's go over to that guy over there.
Well, no, I do think
It's not a meme.
I mean, real-world assets are going to be tokenized. I mean, you can turn on the TV and hear Larry Fink talking about it all the time. I'm sure he's not referring to it on the Bitcoin network, right? He's talking about some other chain. But the fact is, I mean, one of the things that I think people are waking up to, who are in Bitcoin, but also like in TradFi at large, is that we've really operated in like the 20th century when it comes to technology in the finance world. It doesn't trade 24/7. Like, Bitcoin's opening people's eyes up to the fact that this is borderless, it moves 24/7, and it does represent ownership. And so I think that is what they're trying to translate in all these different ways to different assets, being able to, trade stocks 24/7, tokenize this, tokenize real estate. But it's just funny because when you think about all of these investments at the same, like in the context of Bitcoin, you think about how much we've become speculators, right? Like, are you investing in the S&P 500 because you believe in these 500 companies, or are you investing because that's the only way to get your 12% return every single year, right? I really think that Bitcoin, once again, will impose a system where we have to evaluate our investments much more. Like, if you're going to buy that stock, you believe in the management, the management that's in control and the executives and the products they're putting out, because to put it into that, you're taking it away from Bitcoin, right? Which is outperforming pretty much everything. So I think that there's going to be a higher benchmark for you to put your money into something outside of Bitcoin, whether that's a stock, whether that's a collectible, whether that's a piece of real estate, because how are you going to get your money back unless it outperforms Bitcoin as the hurdle rate? So I actually think it's going to change investing at large, because millennials, Gen Z, are they really going to have a portfolio made up of Apple and the Mag 7, or do they want Bitcoin? Exactly.
Okay, let's go over here.
Hi there. I was wondering, I've heard like talks about silver and the COMEX not having the physical if people all of a sudden demand. So I'm just wondering what you think about that, and then how that plays into the narrative of like holding Bitcoin in self-custody, if that's like something that would drive adoption or...
Well, so to the silver issue, and I'm all over it because I own a lot of silver personally, and my fund invests in silver companies. It's very true that there are a lot of silver shorts out there, and the argument here is that there are more shorts than can be supplied. And it's very hard to tell, okay, how many naked shorts there are, but there's an argument that says that there are enough naked shorts that would take 5 years of silver supply to fulfill those shorts. If that's the case, we're not stopping at 80, okay? And I mean, my friend Mike Alfred was saying, I'm going to short silver. I was like, Mike, you got to be careful. I mean, this could go to 150. I mean, how high up is up? I mean, how high up did GameStop go and they changed the rules? How high up did it go for the Front Brothers before they changed the rules? How high did the VW squeeze go before Porsche bought them? I mean, silver could go to 250. Silver could go to 500. I mean, they can't print silver. They just can't. And so, at the margin, somebody's hurting. And that it's ironic because I actually made a comment on Twitter, and some people argued with me that silver could be the Lehman Brothers of this circuit, of this particular cycle, right? That if the silver market blows up and they go force majeure and they cannot deliver silver, it is a critical metal. And actually, it's one of the things I worry about, that the government might step in and just say, we're nationalizing all the silver mines, we're nationalizing SLV because we need it, and that's in the nation's best interest. I mean, nickel did this, okay, about 3 years ago, and it went up, 200% in a couple of weeks. And you know what the LME did? They stepped in and they broke all the trades. There was a $12 billion gain that all the people who were long nickel had. They just wiped it out. They just changed the rules right in the middle of it. And so the same kind of thing could happen in silver. So how does that relate to Bitcoin? Well, it relates to Bitcoin in the sense that there's paper Bitcoin out there, okay? And more all the time. James Check, who's Checkmatey on Twitter, and I subscribe to his service. It's expensive, but it's very valuable. Shows the growth in paper Bitcoin. And other people who I spoke to here, very smart people I spoke to here, we're concerned about paper Bitcoin. I am concerned about paper Bitcoin. The difference between paper Bitcoin and paper silver and paper gold is gold and silver never went up 5 or 6x in 3 months. So anybody who's sold paper Bitcoin has got a huge risk of going BK. And Caitlin Long has told me, she believes that there's a possibility that if that you're going to see either some hedge funds or some banks, or hedge funds clear through banks, who basically are short Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going to rip, and a GSIB is going to go BK. I mean, and how are they going to deal with that? Well, there's your big print right there. So, the one thing that's really true of humans and the way that we behave in these financial markets is everyone likes to use leverage. The basis trade has tripled in size from 2020. The basis trade is what's used to control the Treasury market, and we bailed out Ken Griffin in 2020. Because Bernanke was on his board and the system's corrupt, and he would have been bankrupt. Just like Goldman Sachs would have been bankrupt, and Lloyd Blankfein holds forth on Twitter, giving advice on how we should treat shit. I mean, it just annoys the living crap out of me. This guy's bankrupt, and yet he thinks he's got a right to tell us how we should run our financial system. So the bottom line is, these things are very real, and I don't know what's going to trigger the next crisis. And by the way, one other thing I want to add, if we have a serious crisis, get ready for Bitcoin going to 60 grand, okay? It could, easily. Groman's calling it. He may be right. Michael Oliver is a good technician, calls it. He may be right. My view is if Bitcoin goes to 60 grand, hallelujah. I am selling gold and silver shit and buying a ton of Bitcoin, okay? And so, you know, and why do I say that? I say it could go there in a correlation of one event, very similar to March of 2020. And in turn, it would mean the world was coming to an end financially. It would mean there was not enough liquidity in the system. And you want to talk about big print? They would do it because their choice is, their alternative is 1929, right? And do you really want to have the whole system melt down and have a Great Depression? The country doesn't work? No. You will always accept inflation, future inflation, against the risk of a full stop and the ATMs don't work. I mean, that's why Hank Paulson was on his knees begging to Nancy Pelosi to get $700 billion for TARP in 2008. And she gave it to him because she had to, because the alternative was the whole thing would collapse. And that's the system we run, and it's incredibly messed up. Just
what a riff! What a riff, Larry.
Yeah,
I'm over here.
I know.
I just want to remember that Mother Nature won't wait on us, and I really want everybody to experience the sunset.
Okay.
So
sorry.
I've got one more question. Ben's going to get one more question, and I'm going to ask each of you to keep your answer to 30 seconds or less. So go, Ben.
All right. Hi, guys. So I was talking to my friend's dad the other day about Bitcoin in general. He likes investing in some other things. And he said that he thinks that Bitcoin's adoption rate has slowed down. And I think it's because he's looking at the price and said that in the past 5 years, they said it was going to go up a lot more than it has already. And I'd like to hear what you guys just generally think on that. Because I didn't really know exactly what to say back. I had an idea, but I'd just like to hear you guys' opinion on the adoption rate versus the price and maybe what you think is going to happen in the future.
I've observed it slowed down a little bit in terms of wallet growth, but not a lot. It went from like wallet growth of 30% to 20%. And in terms of hash rate, that's stayed pretty strong. So I don't think that's right. I think he's looking at price and therefore assuming adoption is down. If you actually look at all the coins that have been bought by the ETFs and everybody else, I mean, it's, you know, I think there's a lot more money coming into Bitcoin. I think what's held the price down is the paper Bitcoin.
So I think that there's a macro cycle with macroeconomics, and then there's the 4-year halving cycle, which is like this, the cost of production gets cut in half, so you have to have a new price discovery cycle. And everybody became so accustomed to the halving cycle performing tremendously because the overlay was over a macro bull cycle where we had low interest rates and QE and money printing. Well, this 4-year halving cycle took a place over a time where U.S. Treasuries were paying 5%. So if you told me U.S. Treasuries are going to pay you 5%, a bill is going to pay you 5%, and Bitcoin's going to put a new all-time high at 126,000, I would have said you're full of crap. So I think they're looking at price performance and saying, oh, adoption must be coming down, price isn't performing. Yeah, but watch what happens when Larry just said. We are now moving out of quantitative tightening. We are now moving out of the hiking cycle and into a macro bull market. So if Bitcoin can go to 126 in a macro bear market, watch out for what it does in a macro bull market, and then the psychology of the market cycle will take place, and that same man will come back to you and say, wow, adoption's really picked up, hasn't it? Because they react to the price.
Yeah, I would say to your dad respectfully, when in doubt, zoom out. All the fundamentals are strong and going in the right direction. Hash rate has been at an all-time high. Wallets continue to increase. We now have 200 companies that have put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. Historic inflows with the Bitcoin ETFs. The regulatory tailwinds are really behind us, pushing us forward. We really need to see more adoption at that financial advisor wealth management level because they control so many assets. And their process is very slow. It has to go through compliance departments. And that process has been taking years, but I think it's really changing, especially in the last year. So we're going to see more institutional adoption. Of course, you know, we have recency bias. I mean, Bitcoin just hit a new all-time high in October. It hasn't been that long. Yes, we've crashed. We're down, 27% or so. But we haven't had a 70% drawdowns. I do think the volatility on the downside is going to dampen, which also means a little bit of the volatility on the upside. It's, you know, could dampen unless we have some massive short squeeze or big print. But just zoom out because this is a marathon, not a sprint. We've come so tremendously far. I think a lot of people are expecting 2026 to be a really, really great year. And price things in Bitcoin because everything's starting to fall when you price, you know, homes or your groceries in Bitcoin. And so I think, You know, a lot of people look at the near term and they might think, oh, well, maybe AI is the new craze, or gold now, or silver, but Bitcoin's going to keep tick-tocking block after block, and one day it's going to wake up and rip everyone's faces off, and I can't wait.
Yes.
You're right.
Big round of applause. Thank you
Thanks,
very
John.
much. Natalie, Brunel, Larry Lepard, CJ Constantinos, thank you for closing us out. And as you can see on the screen, we will be here again next year, January 16th, 2027. So if you want to grab tickets now, that's the least expensive tickets that you will be able to get. I encourage you to make your way down to the Palm Lawn across the street as quickly as possible if you'd like to see the sunset. It's a beautiful sight to see. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and I look forward to seeing you next year. Yes, you may take the flowers from anywhere. Any flower you see, you may take. Any plant you see, you may take with you. Remember, they'll be at the valet station as well if you're not going, or if you are going to the reception.